Good morning, everyone. We'll call this special meeting to order. I humbly acknowledge this land which we live, learn, work, and play is Treaty 8 territory, the traditional lands of the Cree and Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis. If anyone in attendance wishes to address council regarding an item on the Community Investment Program agenda, please register now with the legislative desk located to my right, as I will only be calling upon those who have registered to speak. You must register prior to the start of the agenda item to which you are speaking. Registered delegations are permitted up to 5 minutes to speak and must remain on topic. Moving on to process, members of the public were invited to pre-register by 12 noon Friday, November 25th. If they wish to speak to an item on any of the budget meeting agendas. Residents wishing to address council on the Community Investment Program will be provided an opportunity to speak after each of the grant streams, following the presentations by administration. Residents wishing to address council on the operating budget or the capital budget will have the opportunity to speak during a public delegation session at the beginning of each of those budget meeting days. Delegates that have registered to speak are permitted up to 5 minutes to speak and must remain on topic. Council's review and deliberations on the grant allocation recommendations will occur as presentations are heard. The final proposed 2023 budget will be considered for approval by council on the last budget meeting day, whether it is December 2nd, 2022 or at a later date. And one last note, for the councillor joining us virtually, please remember to stay connected during the meeting unless you're declaring a pecuniary interest on a specific matter. In accordance with the electronic participation provisions in the procedure bylaw, if a vote or a motion is taken while a councillor is disconnected, then the councillor is deemed to have left the meeting prior to the vote and would not be able to continue participating in the meeting. Any councillors wishing to declare a pecuniary interest, please note that you must do so before the start of the item. The budget meetings are held over a 3 to 4 day period starting at 9 a.m. daily. Meeting dates or times may be amended throughout this process, and if all budget matters are accommodated during November 29th to December 1st meeting dates, there will be no requirement for the December 2nd meeting. And if more time is required, then the council can recess the meeting and reconvene on another day. Any changes to the public timelines will be communicated to the public in advance to the best of our ability. For everyone's awareness, there will be designated breaks each day at approximately 10:30 a.m., 12 noon to 1 p.m., and 3 p.m. We will now start the presentations from administration to introduce the 2023 proposed budget. I'd like to invite Paul Thorkelson, Chief Administrative Officer, to provide opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Mayor and Council for scheduling this meeting to receive the presentations of the proposed budget for 2023. I did just want to provide some introductory remarks. And first of all, I wanted to express thanks, particularly to Lori Farquharson and her team in the Finance Department and pulling the whole process together, and our Legislative Department on processes, but also to my senior leadership team and their departments, their respective team members, on pulling together what I've been duly impressed by as I think a well-considered budget that is aligned with Council's priorities as they have been expressed in the strategic plan. This is the opportunity, of course, for Council to refine the budget for the next year and clearly set out the priorities for the municipality. And it's an important part of Council's role, and one that I'm very excited to be participating with Council. I would always want to remind Council that you have a strategic plan in place, and you may, during this week, want to refer back to it in your consideration of budget decisions. It's an important document, and one that certainly from a staff perspective we take as important direction and when we're developing the proposed budget. I would also say the staff are well prepared to respond to questions that Council may have about the budget. A lot of time and effort has gone into filtering and refining the budget to this stage. As I mentioned, this is now Council's opportunity to provide that final refinement and prioritization. But there undoubtedly will be questions that are larger than we can respond to in these chambers right at the time. So I would appreciate and call on Council's forbearance on those kinds of questions that would require some time and effort to research and get back to Council, but we will do so. We have a lot of staff participating in the process that are also both here in the chamber and observing to track those questions and develop responses. So again, thank you very much. I said it to staff this morning, and I don't mean it sarcastically or facetiously. This is, from my perspective, one of the best days and best processes of the year for the organization in working with council on establishing the priorities for the year. So thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the process and we get to a good place. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And we as council also appreciate all the work that's gone in through staff for all the work they've done to prepare us for this week. Thank you. Next, we have the 2023 proposed budget, 2024-2025 financial plan. And I'd like to invite Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer, to introduce the 2023 proposed budget and 2024-2025 financial plan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Good morning. For the record, my name is Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer, and over the next few days, administration will be presenting the proposed 2023 budget and 2024 to 2025 plan to council and the public. Susan McIsaac, Manager of Financial Planning and Reporting, and her team have compiled all of the budget data for these presentations. I want to thank them for their hard work. In addition, I want to thank all the contributors to the process that brought us here today. A significant effort goes into preparing a multi-day event. The theme for the 2023 proposed budget is fiscal responsibility, with future financial stability being the primary focus. By applying zero-based budgeting, we've realized significant savings since the adoption of this approach in 2017. Programs and services continue to be sustained as we seek opportunities for continuous improvement and efficiencies. In 2019, we evaluated our revenue sources and updated our approach to user fees. We've transitioned to partial cost recovery for our essential services. In addition, we continue to look for grant opportunities to augment our property tax revenue. An important component of future sustainment is asset management. This allows for long-term budgeting decisions with defined service levels and asset deterioration in the forefront. Understanding our future needs assists us in preparing for the future, be it maintenance or asset replacement. The budget trend graph here presents our annual budget over the past few years. We're beginning to plateau as we continue to spend less on capital and transition to asset life cycling and completion of major projects such as flood mitigation and rural water sewer servicing. As a result, we have had to increase our operating expenses as we operationalize capital projects and navigate economic factors. The proposed 2023 budget consists of revenue of $573,268,440, less the proposed operating expenses of $466,424,871. This leaves $106,843,569 available to transfer to reserves for capital purposes. I will now be providing an overview of the municipal operating budget, and each department will present their individual budgets in a more detailed fashion. The highlights of the 2023 operating budget are as follows. The proposed revenue of $573,268,440 is $2,943,292 higher than the 2022 budget. This change is related to increased sales, user charges, and grant funding. Property tax revenues decline as we continue towards reaching the 5-to-1 tax ratio. Operating expenses are $26.7 million higher than 2022. The primary drivers are increases to contracted and general services, materials purchases, and adjustments for transfers to individuals and organizations. The overall change to the operating budget revenue from 2022 to 2023 is summarized here in this slide. You will note an overall decrease in revenue of $3 million, an overall increase in revenue of $3 million, which is primarily driven by a reduction. It's an increase, yes, sorry. You will note an overall increase in revenue of $3 million, which is primarily driven by a reduction in tax revenue and capital funding requirements. These are offset by increases in government transfers, sales and user charges, sales to other government, licenses, penalties, permits, and fines. The following slide summarizes changes to the operating budget expenses from 2022 to 2023 with an overall increase of $5 million. The details of these changes by expense category will be explained in more detail as the departments present their budgets. I will now provide a brief overview of the proposed capital budgets. Departments will provide detailed explanations of their projects during their capital presentations. The 2023 proposed capital budget focuses on the continuation of major projects such as flood mitigation, rural broadband, rural water and sewage services. In addition, work will be focused on the sustainment of existing assets, such as rehabilitation of neighborhood infrastructure and playgrounds, as well as life cycling of essential services. There are 4 categories of capital budgets which are summarized for 2023 to 2026. These categories demonstrate allocations for single-year contracts, the first year of a multi-year contract, multi-year contracts that commenced in 2022 or prior, and capital equipment purchases. Over the next few days, administration will be presenting the detailed budgets. Today, we'll begin with the Community Investment Program budgets presented by Deanne Berge to my right. Wednesday, departments will present their proposed operating budgets, and Thursday, departments will present proposed capital budgets, which may continue into Friday if required. Through the chair to the chair, thank you for allowing me to provide this overview. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Lori. Are there any questions of council? I'm not seeing any. We'll move on to the Community Investment Program. I now invite Deanne Berge, Director of Community and Protective Services, to introduce the program.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Deanne Berge. I'm the Director of Community and Protective Services. I'd like to take a moment and introduce Tony, Norma, and Melissa, right over here to my left, who have done an incredible amount of work to bring this information to you today. I'm presenting the 2023 Community Investment Program Administrative Recommendations. The objective of the Community Investment Program is to improve the quality of life of residents, communities, and the region by providing grants to registered nonprofit organizations that contribute positively to the municipal goals and strategic directions, and by providing subsidized funding to the municipal-owned facilities that offer opportunities for residents to engage in recreation, leisure, events, culture, and heritage, and supporting and enhancing the development of athletes and artists in the region. The 2023 Community Investment Program contains 6 grant categories: the Community Impact Grant and the Games Legacy Grant, which are open to the public, the Municipal Facility Operating Grant, the Municipal Facility Capital Grant, Sustaining Grant, and Community Capital Grant are by invitation only, and 26 invitations were sent out for this budget cycle. On July 13th, the grant portal opened for applications and closed on September 21st. In that time, the Community Investment Program team held 22 one-on-one meetings with organizations, provided grant portal support for 72 applicants, and participated in 6 information sessions in the rural communities. 156 grant applications were received and reviewed for compliance with the Community Investment Policy and the grant guidelines. 133 applications are being recommended for funding. The Community Impact Grant and the Games Legacy Grants were reviewed by the Community Investment Program Administrative Review Panel. This panel consists of 11 representatives from Culture and Social Development, Community Partnerships and Initiatives, Public Works, Communications and Engagement, and Indigenous and Rural Relations. After a thorough review of each application, the panel met on October 3rd and 4th to prepare funding recommendations for Council. On November 10th, applicants were advised of the administrative recommendations being presented today. The Community Investment Program Policy FIN 220 is under review by the Council-appointed Community Investment Program Advisory Committee. A consultant is working with the committee to bring forward a new community investment policy for consideration of Council no later than June 2023. Multi-year grant agreements are in effect for the 2023 budget year. These agreements were developed in collaboration with legal services and are based on established criteria in response to the social profit sector's request to leverage other funding sources and assist with their recruitment strategies. Based on the Municipal Government Act, operating budgets must be approved annually. Therefore, multi-year grant agreement organizations are required to submit annual budgets to Council for approval. However, a presentation is not required if there is no funding increase. A multi-year agreement provides that performance under the terms of the agreement during the second and subsequent years is contingent upon the allocation of funds. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanne. Do we have any general questions from Council? Councilor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation. So my general question is, they do receive the audited accounts for these organizations and review as administration, not for council, but for you guys?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Banjoko. Moving on to the 2023 proposed subsidiary grant allocation. As noted on the agenda, members of the public will have the opportunity to speak to a specific community investment program grant allocation after administration has provided an overview of the item. Following delegations, we will have the individual presentations by each organization. Then Council will have the opportunity to ask questions of each organization, followed by debate and voting on the motion for each individual grant application. And now I invite Deanna Berge, Director of Community Protective Services, to remain seated and introduce the proposed grant allocation.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I am presenting the 2023 Municipal Subsidiary Corporation Grant Recommendations for 2023. The Community Investment Program provides funding to subsidiary corporations to support programs and services that align with the goals identified in Council's Strategic Plan 2022 to 2025. A subsidiary corporation is an organization that is owned or controlled by the municipality. There are 3 organizations presenting today. The administrative recommendation is that the grants for 2023 be approved as follows. Under the Municipal Facility Operating Grant, Regional Recreation Corporation for $16,599,471. And under Sustaining Grant, Wood Buffalo Economic Development Corporation for $4,399,000, and the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo Library Board for $4,270,150. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanne. Do we have any general questions for Deanne? I'm not seeing any. Do we have any delegates for this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. And for the record, we have no delegates registered for this particular item.
Thank you. We'll now move on to presentations from various groups, and we'll begin with 4.1, the Regional Recreation Corp. I'd like to invite Greg Walls, Chief Executive Officer, to come forward to present. Sorry, Councillor Dogar, you have a question?
Sir, thank you very much for giving me the chance to speak through the chair. It's just a general observation. I know a lot of work, lot of efforts has been done by administration to frame this budget. And we are going to dish out about more than 40 millions on the CAP. Recently, I have visited about 13 organizations, social profits, and certain are very good. Those which are very good, I'll make a mention, and I have some certain concern and questions about the remaining. In the observations which are there, administration after this budget, CEO will get a chance and there would be a certain improvement. But I want to ask you, sir, Mayor, Mr. Mayor, you as a team captain, have you evolved some strategy to improve the standards or to follow up. It is our duty to see the welfare of the residents. Are we evolving some strategy to monitor or to see how the things are, money is being spent? Thank you.
I believe that's all our job, Councilor Dogar. So we'll keep on track of where we're going here. And if there's questions come up on each application, you can feel free to ask them at that time.
Sorry, you said it's not our job?
No, that's not what I said.
It's not council's job, sir?
No, that is not what I said. I said that's all of our jobs.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry. Thanks, Greg. You can go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council, for having me this morning and for receiving my presentation. As Deanne mentioned, my name is Greg Walsh. I'm the CEO of the Regional Recreation Corporation of Wood Buffalo. For reference, the grant funding we're requesting today is to support operations at McDonald Island Park, the Anzac Recreation Center, Conklin Multiplex, and for our lifeguard and aquatic services up at the Sunny Flood Aquatic Center in Fort Chipewyan. You'll notice over on the slide above, the 3-year trajectory of our grant requests has decreased each year, and that's really what we're trying to accomplish here. We've heard council over the last couple of years, specifically last year, really reinforcing the fact that financially things are changing in the region, and so we hope that this budget year, 2023, is a reflection of the direction that we've heard from council. You'll notice a fairly significant decrease in the operating grant amount. This is a result of changes that have been made over the last 3 years, but really we're realizing in this budget cycle because revenues are returning back to our pre-pandemic levels. So as a result, you'll see in 2023 a reduction in the operating grant amount of just over $2.9 million. This is as a result of the decrease in life cycle expenses, improved contribution margins from regular operations, and lower employee expenses. Specifically, we're seeing increases in revenues to sport and recreation memberships, golf memberships, and with that, we've also coupled that with reductions in expenses. This is partially offset by increased insurance expenses. So we're seeing insurance expenses increase for our organization, as well as increase in IT expenses, which is partially due to the fact that we're implementing some automated processes and technology solutions that have allowed us to reduce expenses in other areas. This slide just provides you a summary of the grant request breakdown. As far as revenue, we're anticipating just shy of $22 million in revenues, expenses at just over $38 million, for the subsidy request of $16,599,471. That represents 44% of total expenses, so if asks, we operate at a 56% cost recovery. Last fiscal year end date was December 31st, 2021. Total expenses from the previous year, $29,307,364, and unrestricted net assets of $457,210. This slide provides an expense summary, so you'll notice that as far as expenses go, the lion's share of our expenses are in wages and benefits for our employees. The balance from there come in operating and maintenance costs for the total $38,348,721. So to summarize, our 2023 operating grant request, as I mentioned, is just shy of $3 million less than the 2022 approved budget. This is owing to decrease in life cycle expenses. So 2022, we did have one large life cycle expense, the replacement of one of our aquatic air handling units. It's an increase in membership revenues for both the Miskinaw Golf Course and the Suncourt Community Leisure Center. It's an increase in facility lease rentals. So we do have new leaseholders at specifically McDonald Island Park, but also Anzac Recreation Center. So there's revenues from that. They go to offset the grant requests for the municipality. We do see an increase in our budget for food and beverage revenues, and this is as a result of returning to pre-pandemic business levels for banquets, catering, restaurants, and our other outlets. We've seen a decrease in employee expenses, and as I mentioned, an increase in insurance and IT expenses. And to summarize, the budget reflects the realization of savings of an approximate reduction of 30 FTE over the last 3 years, which represents approximately 15% of the total RRC FTE. And I will mention also that although there's a significant operating grant reduction, we don't anticipate there to be a reduction in service levels. We were really wanted to make sure we maintained existing service levels. And as I mentioned, a lot of most of these changes have already occurred. They've occurred through the pandemic and pre-pandemic in 2019. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Greg. Do we have any questions from council? Councilor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, not so much a question, but a comment and a compliment to yourself, your board, and your staff for your diligence in bringing down the budgets and maintaining services at the island. Certainly the comments that I receive have been favorable for a long time now, and I just wanted to congratulate you and your whole team. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, thank you for your support as well. I know you've just finished your term on the board as a council rep, and we're a public rep before that, so I appreciate all your support since I've been in Fort McMurray.
Thank you, Councilor Grandison. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mayor, and through the chair, thank you, Greg, for the presentation. I want to just echo Councillor Grandison. You know, over an 18% reduction in ask over 2 years is massive. And in a direction that we're going with fiscal responsibility, that's amazing. The facilities, you know, you've had to make some tough decisions over the years, and you continue to provide services, a record year in golf and revenue there, as well as I know you're consistently looking at ways to save in the food and beverage and still put out massive services there. And so I just want to commend you and your team for everything that you're doing to help us in our strategic goals, as well as investing in the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Weigel. Councilor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through the chair to the presenter. Thanks for the presentation, Greg. And obviously, I want to commend you for a significant reduction in the ask. Unfortunately, we don't see many of them coming forward in the next few days, so it is good to see yours. Couple questions regarding usage. Are we seeing any kind of increase in McDonald Island and Conklin and Port Chipewyan, and numbers increasing post-COVID?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, the numbers at specifically McDonald Island have increased fairly significantly. So we're up around 8,000 members. Pre-pandemic, we were around 7,200 members. And we had been decreasing for 4 consecutive years up until 2019. So we have seen a fairly significant increase in usage at McDonald Island Park. I think part of that's probably due to the closure of the YMCA, some of the boutique fitness spaces that have closed through the pandemic. So it has increased. Obviously, arena usage, field usage continues to be incredibly high. I'd say that the usage at the Sunnyflood Aquatic Center has increased since reopening. We reopened in March of this year and saw some record numbers for usage there. Usually generally slows down a little bit during the summer months as people go outdoors, but I think we've seen strong attendance again in the fall. Conklin and Anzac continues to be well used by minor hockey, minor sport organizations for the arena. The usage of the facility as far as the fitness center and the track goes is fairly consistent, I would say, year over year, probably somewhat reflective of the population change in that region. Same as with Conklin. The arena use in Conklin, obviously there's no user groups, but there is public use, the school use, and the fitness center and gymnasium are used, I would say, at an equal level as what it has been.
Through the chair, what about, are we still struggling with lifeguards for the Fort Chipewyan pool?
No, through the chair to Councillor Bussier. No, we've got 2 full-time lifeguards in Fort Chipewyan. They've been there since March, so we've been stable with that. We did have a bit of a blip this past week. We had some illness, so we were rotating. We had to leave the pool open for an hour, close it for a half hour as the guard rotated off deck. We only had 1 guard at the facility, but right now it's been stable as far as our lifeguards. We are running our training programs in Fort Chipewyan, trying to encourage locals to be participating as potential lifeguards. So we'll continue to do that, but it's been stable. Lifeguarding as well at McDonald Island, we're back to a regular complement. I know that I think our last update we talked about the challenges we were having with lifeguard recruitment. That's resolved now.
Okay, and just a final question, I guess, given looking at the grant summaries over the last 3 or 4 years, is it safe to say that you might be self-sustaining in 2 years?
Yeah, anything is possible, I suppose. Yeah, anything is possible. Depends on the service level.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Councilor McGrath online.
Hey, good morning. Good morning to the staff, and good morning, Mayor and Council. And just want to say, Greg, I was watching from afar. I know that anybody else probably would have left. I appreciate you and how you led your staff through the pandemic, through the last couple of years, through the shared services ripples. And I know the staff, being a lifetime member of the golf course and a member at the facility, lots of happy people come to the island, the real hub for anybody that lives here. And I know the rural areas get picked on for utilization. The buildings are built, and it's up to us as council to get the infills that we were promised when we were building the buildings. And some of us have been around for that. So keep up the good work, and I believe that you're actually ahead of the mark when it comes to grant funding for recreation, and of course is a core pillar in our municipal government. And your cost recovery is exceeding what other centers see. So I think that's a testament on continuing a great, not just a great place to take your family to get fit or to get fat, but it's also a great place to see the staff are content. And like I say, it's a real welcome piece. So kudos to you, and nobody does it alone. You got a gregreat staff. Evelyn's been here almost 40 years, so it says something about the management. People don't quit their jobs, they quit their boss. So keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation and the good job that you are doing. Thank you. And it's very encouraging to see that activities have picked up after the pandemic. So that's good for our community. I saw decrease in employees' expenses. How come?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko. So the significant reason for that is since 2019, we've significantly changed really a lot of our management structure. So we went from a leadership team that was around 14 individuals down to 6. We've seen a reduction in the number of managers, mostly through attrition. And so that's what I mentioned during the presentation, that change in the employee expenses is more over a period of time. Obviously, we've this past year we made the decision to eliminate our dance program at McDonald Island, which also is a reduction in employee expenses as well. So that's a piece of the reduction and an overall reduction in the overall operating grant. So those would be the biggest factors that played into the reduction in employee wages and benefits expense.
Okay, thank you. And I actually noted this dance studio. So that's been utilized, the space that the dance studio left?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, that's been leased to a third-party business operator.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through the chair. Thank you for the presentation, Greg. I realize there are expenses involved in my question. However, can you please provide some examples on the work being done at McDonald Island in regards to inclusiveness?
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, that's one of our strategic priorities as a board in our strategic plan. And we do have a number of near-term work plan items that are ongoing with respect to diversity and inclusion. So one of which wrapped up last year was the introduction of the Wood Buffalo Recreation Support Program, which is a subsidy program for individuals with low income to be able to access facilities at a reduced fee. That couples with our Wood Buffalo Kids program and our Wood Buffalo All-Stars program as a couple of financial accessibility programs that have helped to remove barriers to access. We've also just recently completed a partnership with the Stedward Center from the University of Alberta, the Center for Individuals with Participation with disabilities. They've completed accessibility audits of both Suncor Community Leisure Centre and Shell Place. I know there's an accessibility audit that's going to be ongoing through the municipality here in the near future, but the Steadward Centre focuses on sport and recreation. So this process has identified, I think, a number of areas where we can improve our facilities for accessibility for individuals with disabilities. There's near-term recommendations which we've started to implement already, but there's a number of long-term recommendations which we're going to have to plan for. We'll start doing that in 2024. We're also hoping to achieve the Rainbow Space designation with Pride YMM, so that's something that we're working towards, and we're starting to take some steps to make sure that we have the training program in place for our staff, appropriate gender-neutral washrooms, and inclusivity in our forms and policies. So those are a few of the initiatives that we're taking to advance the diversity and inclusion priority. And we're hoping that it removes some barriers to access and participation at our facilities.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir. To the chair. Thank you, presenter. It's a good job, very good presentation, and very impressive. But all I hear from the residents, people are very happy from the facility and the services which they get it. I made about 2 efforts to see you in person so that I also educate myself and see how you are organizing. Probably I get a time in January. You were very busy in a few weeks back when I did it. So it would be a great pleasure to get myself educated from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Are there any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Greg. I appreciate everything you do, you and your staff. As you heard from all the other councillors, keep up the great work, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to the recommendation. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Ball?
I move that $16,599,471 be allocated to the Regional Recreation Corporation under the 2023 Subsidiary Corporation Grant Program.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second that motion.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or debate points of council? I'm not seeing any. I call for a vote. All in favor? Councillor McGrath online?
4.
Thank you, sir. That's carried unanimously. Next, we move on to item 4.2, presentation from Buffalo Economic Development Corporation. I'd like to invite Kevin Weidlich, President and Chief Executive Officer, to come forward to present, please.
Good morning, Your Worship and Council. My name is Kevin Weidlich. I'm President and CEO of Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism. The CIP subsidiary corporation grant stream of the sustainability stream supports our core operations, which includes the design and delivery of major economic development and tourism programs. These programs aim to make Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo more competitive to become the destination of choice for investment, talent, visitation, entrepreneurship, and innovation. Earlier this year, we confirmed full alignment with the RMWB Council's strategic plan and the 5-year economic development and tourism strategy. Our Work Services Council's strategic priorities and drives positive economic development and tourism outcomes to the region. I'd like to begin by saying today's grant request reflects a disciplined approach. Our request for operating funds is actually less than past years at $4,099,000, plus a one-time expense for a tenant fit-out of $300,000 for new office space, making our total community investment grant request $4.399 million. The new office at Biggs and Main Street is part of a larger RMWB-led initiative to lower operating costs across the entire administration. This requires us to vacate the Jubilee building to free space for more municipal staff to consolidate into one building. This will enable the administration and the municipality to obtain much larger savings from its own operating budget. When complete, our new location on the corner of Biggs and Main Street will introduce new life and activity into an area that deserves more attention. This is an important part of our mandate to activate underused space that is owned by the municipality. The grant covers 72% of our total expenses. This means that the municipality pays 72 cents for every dollar of investment, tourism, talent attraction, and business incubator services that we provide. That's 28% savings. Our overhead accounts for 8% of operating costs, and we keep overhead down by running 4 business units under one operation and by leveraging our shared services agreement with the municipality. As part of our alignment with the RMWB Council strategic plan and the 5-year economic development and tourism strategy, we've established 15 key performance indicators along with 15 major programs to track our progress against our mandate. We presented to council earlier this quarter and during our quarterly update. We run 15 investment attraction, tourism, business incubator, and brand and marketing programs which support talent attraction that are organized by business units. These major programs are underpinned by our award-winning Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo Place brand. The foundational work has allowed our program delivery to emerge very strong from the pandemic, and we're already seeing results. I'll recap a few key examples. Earlier this month in our quarterly update to you, I shared that we launched the Workforce Immigration Support Program, our region's solution to tackling our local labor business needs by accelerating newcomers to become permanent residents in Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo. This is part of the Alberta Advantage Immigration Program, Rural Renewal Stream. We do this in collaboration with partners such as the YMCA, Kiana College, and the Regional Labor Committee, chaired by the Chamber of Commerce. We've also been actively marketing all commercial land development locations in the region to developers, including Parsons Creek, which was recently put on the market thanks to the collaborative efforts between our organization and the RMWB's Planning and Development team. We've met with more than 40 developers and retailers who are in different stages of entering our region. We've done a lot of foundational work over the last few years, and we've made great strides. Now, as the economy reopens, we're well positioned to compete with other jurisdictions across Canada. We look forward to working with the Council and administration in 2023 and furthering the advancement of Council's strategic goals. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Kevin. Do we have any questions from Council? Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Kevin, for the presentation. And I must start by commending your works. We clearly have seen some changes, and your presence in the community is being felt. So thank you. So my question is about the salaries and wages. And you have put that that's part of the program for transparency and education of people like me and the public. Could we know at least the percentage of what we spend on this staff?
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. At the time, there was some issues with regards to parsing it out to the degree of accuracy, but I can share that now. This is at the time of submission a month ago. So the salaries and wages represent roughly 50% of the cost of programming, and that's typically for the nature of most programs of the natures that we deliver. They're very time intensive and require a lot of time and effort by individuals. So if we look at it from the RMWB's perspective, our overall budget is roughly $2.6 million for salaries and wages and benefits. The portion that the municipality would cover would be roughly 72% of that, as I mentioned earlier. So that works out to a $1.9 million salary and wages envelope to, that the municipality would end up covering.
Thank you. I still, yeah, I think I said it last year. It looks high, but I'm sure you can justify that. But for 15 staff, it's not a matter of the percentage that RMWB funds, but it seems kind of high for 15 people. So maybe you can elaborate a little bit. I don't know if you have only managers, or do you have also people who are regular out of the 15, or is...
So I can elaborate with greater detail. The nature of the programming typically involves a lot of time and effort by individuals. So we have program managers, people that run the programs, and so the level of effort that's required for their time is why that number as a percentage for the value of the program costs is typically higher than you would expect in terms of, say, overhead. They're actually delivering the program, so that's why it's a program cost. It's not an overhead. It's someone actually delivering the service. For example, the people that run our business incubator startup YMM, or the tourism development specialists or managers who actually spend time and traveling within the region, working with individual tourism operators and entrepreneurs. That's very time intensive, so it's people intensive. So that's the nature of the business. And then as far as what the municipality would expect, at 72% of the overall budget for the whole corporation, that works out to covering 12 people. The overall budget would cover more than that, between 17 or 18 people of the overall corporation's budget. I want to emphasize many programs are funded by other sources and other government organizations.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question, the favorite question, about retail stores. And when can we've done 1 year, so I'm counting down on when we can see some stores in the region. And if you can just give us a brief update on where we are with that.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Banjoko. I'm certain that you're not the only one. And in fact, I am too. In fact, everybody in the region wants to see much more commercial and retail development in the region. The key is development and getting those parcels of land ready for developers and on the market. Parsons Creek, I believe, is the key, and that is on the market right now. And in fact, so that's going through the process. In terms of timelines, the decision cycles is pretty long. It's a 1 to 2 year timeline, even after a decision is made. So it takes time. In the meantime, there are smaller opportunities that developers and retailers in particular are pursuing. We've seen success over this past year with the expansion of, say, Dollarama, and as well, of course, Dollar Tree entering the market, and other small businesses. And we often see that through the success of the growth of membership that, say, the Chamber of Commerce is experiencing. All of these things, they all contribute to a larger pro-business economic environment. So that's probably my best answer that I can give to you. In terms of the big plays like Parsons Creek and large, it's still 1 or 2 years in the making.
Thank you very much. And I think I saw the 5 guys, or I think it's correct.
Yep.
So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bajoko. Councillor McGrath online.
Thank you, through the chair. Appreciate Greg coming back. I think the last time that I heard from Economic with Buffalo in the chamber, you kind of give us a motion, you and your boss, all or nothing, and you walked out. So I thought you guys quit. My question to administration is, through the process this morning, they ask if it does get approved. I guess in our final table of approving the budget, we can make a call for some amendments. Would that be correct? A question for administration.
Can you repeat that, Councillor McGrath? We can't really hear you too well in here.
Sorry, Mayor. My question is, should this request get approved today, the last day of the approved budget, capital land operations, there'd be time for an adjustment, would there not?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, are you referring to the amount?
Absolutely.
So through the chair to Councillor McGrath, any adjustments can be made through the course of this process.
I appreciate it. And a question to the presenter. Your Parsons Creek, the land has been on the market for about 10 years, and underlying in the community, it's already sold. So we'll see how that works out. It's been sold 3 times. So I guess no questions, Mayor, just the question to administration. We'll see how that works out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you, Kevin, for your presentation. I just want to say it's great to see the collaboration between Keano and the Chamber of Commerce and immigration with you folks. It's great, the collaboration, and it'll move us forward, you know, economically. I just have a question here. I noticed you've got a deficit here of $816,000. Do you have reserves to cover that? Is that how it's going to be handled?
Thanks for asking that question. At the time of submission, the grant opportunities had not been available to us when we submitted just over a month and a half ago. Since then, grant opportunities have materialized, so we're pretty confident that we'll be covering most of that deficit, and then we have sufficient reserves to cover any sort of delta. But roughly $500,000 or $600,000 of grant opportunities already that we're already pursuing since we submitted the package a month and a half ago.
And I appreciate that you are pursuing grant funding other than the municipality going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through the chair to Kevin. Thanks for the presentation, Kevin. Just, you had indicated or mentioned that the Parsons land is on the market. What is your involvement or your organization's involvement?
Thanks for that question. So I'm specifically referring to the request for expression of interest for Parsons Creek that the municipality issued. Our involvement is to market that land and bring it to potential developers. So for example, our attendance at the Innovative Commerce Serving Communities Convention, this is ICSC, the largest commercial retail conventions that are held in North America. We attend those and meet with developers. Our last meeting, we met with 31 developers and retailers, discussed specifically Parsons Creek with more than half of them. And our job is to drum up interest and ensure that it's a competitive environment so we can obtain the maximum value for the community and the land. So it's the marketing play. We've been invited to participate in the evaluation process of the RFEOI, me personally. And of course, we also continue with government advocacy. So this is conversations with the province, specifically Alberta Infrastructure, to ensure, because the province has a role to play in the release of the lands once a deal is made, to ensure that we have full alignment in terms of what the expectations are, is a fair, open, and transparent process, et cetera. So we can keep the lines of communication open. And I personally have met with 4 ministerial offices in the last 3 weeks to discuss this specific project to ensure that we are fully aligned, so we don't wind up with any misunderstandings or last-minute hiccups during the process.
Okay, so as you go out there and market the property, are we marketing it as a 52-acre parcel, or is it going to be split, or?
It's marketed as one complete parcel, and the RFEOI, the details are probably best answered by planning and development. They're the ones that really own that part of the work, if you will. But it's marketed as an entire parcel, and it's the nature of the request for expression of interest is intended to be very flexible because the market has changed since the years past. So to make it as accessible and as simple as possible for a developer to provide a coherent proposal to the organization.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dogar?
Thank you very much, sir, for giving me the chance. Kevin, thank you very much. It's a very nice presentation. I heard you a few more times. Every time it is very impressive, speaks of your competency. You are very vibrant, your organization. After the COVID, I followed your 2 events. They were impressive for me. And I hope you do well with all these 15 very high-sounding terminologies. I hope they are materialized in the true aspect, and we wash the concerns of the community that they had in the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair. Thank you, Kevin, for the presentation and your work on the last year and your team to come together and collaborate with rmwb and going out. I know I have the pleasure of seeing most of your team most of the days while they're hard at work, and hearing some of the ideas that they come up with is amazing, and that they're pursuing. So thank you for that. Just piggybacking on a couple things, and this might be to administration more than anything, as you were talking about planning and development, but I know that we're in conversation, and maybe I'm misunderstanding the parcel of land in Parsons Creek, but do we have ownership of that 52 acres, or is part of that still what we're talking with the Alberta government about?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, we have ownership of the property with the caveat on title that Alberta Infrastructure has to approve the sale.
And so with that conversation going on, can they stop a sale with all this work going on and going through? Do they have, I guess, the right of refusal and in that?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I would suggest that they do. Effectively, the caveat that's registered to title requires us to get ministerial sign-off on the actual dollar amount, so whatever the proposed bids come back at. I would follow that by saying that we are working closely with Alberta Infrastructure. Economic Development's working very closely with us, working through the ministerial offices to ensure that there is alignment, there's an understanding. We've been at this for probably about 2 years in close contact with Alberta Infrastructure.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. McMurdo. And so back to you, Kevin. Do you find it hard for investors to be investing in that property due to the fact that there's that caveat there?
So anything that complicates a deal becomes difficult. So, so short answer, yes, it's more difficult than if there were no caveat, that's for sure. With that in mind, the current process is literally underway. In other words, the current request for expression of interest. So we'll see what comes at the end of it once it's fully closed and we've seen all the bids, and we'll have an understanding of really what that is. I do know that the fact that the lands in question have been on the market in the past and not closed has caused some degree of concern from the developer community. Is this real? That sort of question. So we've made up best efforts both on the back end, make sure the process is smooth, make sure all of the lines of communication, especially with the province and infrastructure, are smooth and clear and a much more coherent way, both in terms of what planning and development is doing and what we're doing, and we're working in concert with each other. I'm increasingly confident that this won't be that the caveat won't be an issue. And I've said as much to the developers community as well, and hopefully that will increase the amount of demand. That is literally underway, and so we're in the middle of that process right now.
Awesome. I appreciate that, and I just want to publicly say I appreciate all of your hard work. I know you guys have gone to many conventions to advertise the land or put it forward, and I know that you've worked hard and got some bites there. I also just want to commend publicly the Office of the Administration and CEO, and as well as the Mayor, as they've been pushing forward quite a bit with the province of Alberta to close that through. And the last piece with the deficit that you're going to be running, and I know you were talking about covering that with a lot of grants. What's the idea going forward? I guess in the future years, as economic times hopefully start rolling and you guys start succeeding, you're going to see a bigger cost. Are you hoping that gets covered by grants, or by where do you see that in that deficit in the future?
So I'm not expecting costs to increase significantly in future years, even as the economy starts to open. What we'll see is a shift of our emphasis on programming. So what we have been spending more time and effort on in the past couple of years will reduce, and then we'll increase a larger emphasis in some of the 15 programs. Some will be reduced, some will be reintroduced. So I'm not expecting to see a cost increase or a significant step. With that in mind, too, the typical nature of what we're undertaking, you can expect to see at that between $4 and $5 million number year over year, and then of course inflation might affect it, but I'm not expecting it to the degree that, say, the market is concerned.
Awesome. And just a repeat of the number, I know you had the percentage there. I didn't write it down. What was the grant funding when you talked about the cost savings, about the grant funding that we wouldn't normally be able to get if this was an in-house economic development? What was that percentage again?
So it's the municipality pays 72 cents for every dollar of our operating.
Okay, awesome. Thank you to you and your team, Kevin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Kevin again. Kevin, you're just talking about trying to capture maybe a bit more revenue. Councillor McGrath had brought something forward back in the first term I served in 13, where maybe we look at it, and maybe it's already happening, but if we go out of town and you book a hotel room, there's a small tax that we pay and it's labeled tourism or something. Do we do that, or has ECDEV looked at maybe doing that here with the local hospitality industry?
So you're referring to something like a room tax or
room tax, tourism
tax,
or whatever. I mean, you get a bunch of charges when you book a hotel outside of Fort
Yeah,
McMurray.
so I have discussed it with our tourism team. At this, obviously during the course of the pandemic, something like that wasn't something that we would want to actively pursue for a whole bunch of obvious reasons. I think as the economy continues, this might be something worth discussing, but I would first do a full consultation and full discussion with the Hotel Association and the hoteliers. There are a whole bunch of significant issues with regards to the introduction of that kind of a tax system. It could disadvantage the local hotels in the urban service area to the advantage of camps and lodges. That could become an issue. So these are things that we have to be very careful about and have to have a fulsome understanding. I would say that would take years to develop that properly, if that were something to be pursued. I haven't discussed it in detail with my board of directors. I think we're a little bit early in terms of both the organization, but also in terms of how the market is to really pursue that just yet. The hotel and hospitality industry have taken it on the chin. They need some time to recover.
No, I certainly understand that business has been hit hard. You know, I think it was even hit hard pre-COVID, and COVID made it a lot worse. And I'm not saying you hammer the hospitality industry, but I mean, I've seen it outside of the community. And maybe it exists here. I've never booked a hotel room in Fort McMurray, but
there are different models at a provincial level that tax does exist. So you would see it in the hotels here, and there are some destination marketing fees, which is a voluntary model. And Edmonton pursues that model, where the hoteliers get together and they introduce that fee and levy on their own.
Right.
And they provide that funding to a destination marketing organization, like it could be like ourselves or others, to undertake specific marketing. But I want to caution that doesn't usually those arrangements don't cover the basic operating costs and staff costs. It's purely has to be funneled directly to specific direct marketing. So even then, the municipality would still be on the hook for a lot of the typical costs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor McGrath online.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the presenter, I believe it was a couple of years ago, did the ECDEV pay $1 million to a chartered airline that was going to run a direct flight from McMurray to Toronto and it never proceeded? Or is that just hearsay?
No, it's not. It is. We have never engaged in anything like that.
So we never paid no landing fees or airport fees for a charter that was made one trip and then it dissolved?
Well, certainly not under my tenure.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One further question. I apologize, and this is going to come up a couple of times today, but I guess I want to start with the economic development with the Arctic Winter Games coming forward, one of the hardest hit communities, as we talk about, of past games that have come here is the hospitality industry, as we've built it out, and it's one of the concerns on the table. Are you guys working with the Arctic Winter Games right now? I know you guys are working. So the question is, are you guys working with them to see how you can maximize economic impact inside of Fort McMurray, or I guess inside of Wood Buffalo in general? Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. So the short answer is yes. I can't give you the exact details. I wasn't expecting a question of that level of detail, but I do know my tourism team works with the hospitality sector as part of the Arctic Winter Games, and the purpose is to capture that spending that would come from that influx of people into the region. And where does that spending go? Mostly to hotels and restaurants.
Okay. And I appreciate that answer. And I'm going to ask again when we get up to the Arctic Winter Games as well. But in the past, it hasn't hit the hotels and restaurants particularly. And so I'm just curious as we go through this where we're going to hit that economic impact.
Okay, I can do a little bit further research and bring that back at a future time.
That would be amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Do we have any other questions from Council? Councillor Bunchoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. It's a quick question. How are you engaging the rural areas, the Fort Chipman, Fort Mackay, and Anzac and other places? Are you looking to, talking about tourism, I was opportune to see Dory Lake, very beautiful. I'm not saying you're gonna, it's like the Mexico of Abada to me. So are we looking outside the box of Fort McMurray? Thank you.
Indeed, that's fundamental, and in fact, we work very closely with Travel Alberta on tourism development in the rural areas in the entire Northeast region. So some examples, we're in fact bringing many of the rural representatives and rural tourism operators to the Indigenous Tourism Association conference just next week, as a matter of fact, in Edmonton. As well, we've been discussing with entrepreneurs and larger Indigenous-owned corporations around tourism development opportunities in rural areas, specifically Fort Chip and different rural areas near in the lakes north of Fort McMurray, and as well we've been engaged with the communities of Anzac as well, and Willow Lake, etc. So when we take a tourism approach, most of the tourism assets are in fact outside of the urban service area. So that's the tourism development growth opportunities. Currently, Travel Alberta is in region meeting with many of the rural communities and particularly Indigenous-owned companies, literally this week, with our support, and in both Fort Chip, Fort Mackay, Anzac, Conklin, etc.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Any other questions from Council? I'm not seeing any. Will someone make the recommendation? Councilor Bunjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that $4,399,000 be allocated to the Wood Buffalo Economic Development Corporation under the 2023 Subsidiary Corporation Grant Program.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Could someone second that motion? Councilor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Now, are there any other questions or debate points of Council? And I think for reference, if we're, as Councilor McGrath had mentioned, about changing funding at the end of the week, I think it would be more advantageous to, if we're going to debate that, to debate it now so we can move forward with the budget. I'm not seeing any question or debate points, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Councilor McGrath online.
Against?
Thank you, sir. So that's carried with one against. Thank you for your presentation, Kevin. Now we have item 4.3, Presentation Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo Library Board. I'd like to invite Amanda McPherson, Board Chair, and Melissa Flett, Director, to come forward to present, please.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Flett. I'm the director of the Wood Buffalo Regional Library. Unfortunately, my chair had to leave, so she's not here right now. WBRL is guided by our 2019 to 2023 plan of service that outlines our goals and objectives. We will know we have completed our goals when the library is a space for community connection, reflection, and creation, when our patrons feel supported in technology needs and library technology is well used, when community members have an awareness of library services that we offer to those who visit in person at the library through outreach, rural visits, and online. The funding from the municipality allows us to deliver essential public library service as determined by our plan of service. For 2023, we are requesting $4,270,150. The request is an increase over the 2022 approved funding. We have had a few challenging years due to closures caused by COVID-19, and the increase is to sustain our level of funding prior to the pandemic. WBRL receives revenue through donations, sponsorships, sales, and fees. The library also receives a per capita operating grant from the provincial government based on 2016 population figures. Expenses for 2023 are budgeted for just over $5.4 million, and the subsidy requested represents 79% of total expenses. Salary and wages represent 67% of our expenses and consists of 41.5 full-time equivalents. Program costs represent 8.1% of expenses and include library service delivery, such as acquisition and cataloging of new materials for our collection, the operation of our service desks and library spaces, and programs as determined through our plan of service. The library provides outreach services such as homebound book delivery and deliveries services and programs to rural communities. Overhead costs represent 24% of our expenses. This includes our lease, utilities, janitorial costs of the library space, our amortization expense, insurance, maintenance, marketing, IT, and general administrative costs. So as mentioned, our increase in funding is to maintain our level of service prior to the pandemic. We did carry forward unspent funds due to closures in 2020 and 2021, making our 22 funding requests less than what it would have been if we did not carry forward amounts. The increase in funding above 2022 is an annual increase in facility expenses and increased technology costs associated with our new website and online catalog that launches February 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Do you have any questions from council? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you, Melissa, for the presentation. I'm aware due to COVID that some of the programs were pulled in the rural. Are we moving forward with especially the reading programs?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, yes, we are. We are in Rural Weekly, and we are looking to launch Reading Buddies again over the summer throughout several of the rural communities.
Okay, that's great, because I know you were in John Bay, and I think you're moving forward to Conklin, or are we?
That is correct. So we do weekly book delivery to each of those communities, and we do one visit to Fort Chipewyan monthly.
Thank you. And I was just wondering, I noticed that you have a deficit for your budget. How do you plan on covering that?
So we do have presented an accrual-based budget. So with that, we do have depreciation costs in there that are a non-cash item.
Right.
So we use the difference to pay for our books, which are considered a capital item.
Right. Thank you, Melissa.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Bussier?
Through the chair to Melissa. Thanks for the presentation, Melissa. Just a couple questions. How many visitors do we get through the library a year?
On average, roughly 250,000 visitors. Right now, we are seeing less numbers than that, so we're averaging, we're looking to have about 190,000 visitors for the end of this year.
Okay. How does that compare to other communities? Like, I mean, I've looked at St. Albert, Medicine Hat, and we're about $10 in St. Albert and about 7 and 8 in Medicine Hat. So we're going to probably, based on our visitors, we're probably closer to $15 or $16 per visit per person. So I guess I struggle with the ask. I find it a lot of money. And I'm just wondering, is there areas where maybe we can work with Mac Island and the city, like, or are we all offering different services? There's no duplication between you or Mac Island or the municipality?
No, we're offering different type of service. We're offering public library service. We do offer programs. They're mostly story times, literacy-based programs. We do a lot of partnerships with agencies in the community just to provide some outreach and awareness of library services that we offer.
The rural services, it says $211,000. And what is that? I think that's what it says, or maybe it's 100, sorry. Like, how many visitors or how many people do you have come out when you go out to the different areas?
It's dependent on where we're going. We work closely with the schools, so we often go to the schools and we'll see several classrooms over each visit. So depending on how many they have in each classroom. And we try to, when we go to each rural community, we try to do a rural outreach visit as well as a school or a community visit so that we're not making multiple trips. And then we will try to partner with some other organizations to be able to ride share together.
Okay. Like, if we looked at other avenues of it's free, right? We don't charge for membership still?
No, we don't charge for memberships.
Is that unique throughout the country?
No, that is not. That's pretty consistent
So
with
most
libraries.
libraries is free memberships?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Especially any of the bigger centers. And as well, Fine Free has been a big push the last few years, not charging for overdue material.
Have we looked at, I know your landlord's in the building here, have we looked at, like, it's hard for me to swallow, and I guess maybe I don't understand the value of a library or the programs you offer. Have we looked at any kind of federal funding or naming rights or anything to generate a bit more revenue for you?
So we are actually unique in the amount of sponsorship and naming rights that we do have in our library compared to some other organizations or other libraries across Alberta. We do look for federal funding for specific projects. For example, we got $40,000 from the federal government for our Tech2Go collection. But public library service in Alberta is a municipal service, so it's mostly covered through municipal funding.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Dogar.
And thank you, sir, for giving me a chance. Thank you, madam. Miss, it's a very good presentation. I have visited library a few times. The things are very nicely organized, clean, and worth appreciations. I just want to ask you, I couldn't go to Fort Chippewa. Is you have a same volume or what size of the library there? Can you please let me know?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Dogar. So we don't have a dedicated library space in Fort Chippewa. We have space in the municipal building where we have a computer that patrons can go on to check out or put materials on hold, and then we deliver it through municipal courier or through our staff up to the facility where patrons can come and pick up their item through a holds locker. You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thank you, Melissa, for the presentation. The facility is amazing. I've got 4 kids, and they die to go there, so it's amazing. Question, though, a 24% drop in usership. What, I guess, where is the plan, or what is the plan to gain that back? Obviously, the percent per person going through, and, you know, like I said, 4 kids, I think literacy is important, something that we want to go through. We're a town of many, many kids. But a 24% drop is massive. And so is that due to COVID, coming out of COVID? What programs are put in place right now to be able to gain that back? I know places like movie theaters and places, you know, of where people are going to get entertainment information went online. And so I would assume that maybe this is also happening with libraries, that people are reading books online, more ebooks are available. You know, school systems are using online resources. And so what are we doing to gain that leadership back? Or is the library one of those things that is a waning thing that now has to change and not become the next Blockbuster?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, thank you for your question. We did see an increase in our online content usage. We have had some challenges this past year with our, we're transitioning to a new website right now, so some of those numbers are down because of the inability for people to connect easily to our online resources that we do have available, but we're hoping that's going to change with the launch of our new website. For in-person usage, programs is a big draw for families to come into the library itself. So we have had way less programs this past year due to COVID. When we do have programs, they are quite busy. We've really gone full on since the fall. Like on our Saturday morning programs, you'll easily see 120 people to story time. On our Fridays when we do book babies, there's usually a full house for that as well. So we do see lots of people coming back to the library. We're also in the middle of our space redesign. We have a second floor that is really a quiet space, and we know that the entire facility is looking to be well used. We have families that want to be upstairs, or we have people that are coming in, they want to connect in groups, but they can't always do that because there's the expectation the upstairs is quiet. So we're hoping that with our space redesign, it'll invite more people in and it'll be a more welcoming place for them to congregate.
Awesome. And so you're saying levels of, since the fall, you've seen the usership go up quite a bit due to programming and stuff like that are revitalized?
That's correct, yes.
Amazing. And I know it says rentals and naming rights and stuff like that into that one line item. Are we renting I know there's that back room to be able to rent out, but are we renting out the library for events or usage after hours and things like that?
That's not something that we have typically done in the past. We will have after hours user groups, but mostly those are through partnerships, just because then we have to supply staff to be there after hours. We do also rent study rooms upstairs. They're available for patrons to use for meetings or what have you. They can rent those spaces.
Awesome. Yeah, just a suggestion. I just know that space is very, very needed for those type of things. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you, Melissa, for the presentation. And we do appreciate the good works in the community at the library and your campaign to encourage kids to read. That's awesome. So I hope you continue with that as well. I have a few clarifications that I need. Your general operations and amortizations, I see that those are a bit huge. So just a few clarification of what will be in that category. And then I saw that there were no increases to staff, but there was increase in RRC agreement and RRC somewhere in the room. So I wanted to know, was it increase in rent or what was the issue? So I just wanted some clarifications and also for the public to understand.
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko. Yes, so we do have an agreement with RRC that sees an annual increase each year for square footage of the space, and that goes towards utilities, janitorial costs. They support us with some maintenance. That's all included as part of that agreement for the space. For amortization, we depreciate all of our books, all of our assets that we have, our shelving, our furniture, that's all included, and that depreciates annually.
Okay. And general operations?
So general operations would be like our legal, our audit, our marketing costs that we have, our IT and technology, our website, our integrated library system that we use to track all of our books, that's all included under there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bajoko. Do we have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Will someone now move on the recommendation? Someone make the motion? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that $4,270,150 be allocated to the Regional Municipality Wood Buffalo Library Board under the 2023 Subsidiary Corporation Grant Program. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone second that motion? Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions or debate points of council? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And against? Thank you, Councilor McGrath. And opposed? That's carried with one opposed. Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. Council will now take a 10-minute break and be right back. And just for clarification, Councillor Grandison is left for a medical appointment, and we'll be back this afternoon. And my mic's on. Okay. 10-minute break. Councilor McGrath, you online?
Correct, sir.
Thank you. So now reconvene. Moving on to item 5.1, the 2023 proposed municipal facility operating grant, multi-year grant allocation. Dan Berge, Director of Community Protective Services, you can go ahead with your proposed grant allocation, please.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'm presenting the 2023 Municipal Facility Operating Grant recommendations. The Municipal Facility Operating Grant subsidizes registered nonprofit organizations that operate and maintain municipal-owned recreation facilities that align with the goals identified in Council's Strategic Plan 2022 to 2025. There are 4 municipal facility operators with multi-year agreements and no increase in funding. The administrative recommendation is that Northern Alberta Athletic Association be allocated $1,115,080 for the operations of Centre Fire Place. Fort McMurray Baseball Association 2009 be allocated $98,000 for the operations of St. Gabriel Baseball Field, Westview Baseball Field, Ross Henniger Park, and 4 fields at the Ron Morgan Park. Ptarmigan Nordic Ski Club be allocated $231,100 for the operations of the Doug Barnes Cabin and the maintenance and grooming of the Birchwood Trails. Vista Ridge Recreational Association be allocated $205,000 for the operations of Vista Ridge All Seasons Park. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanne. Do we have any questions of council? Do we have any delegates for this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. For the record, we have no registered delegates for this particular item.
We'll now move on to the recommendation. Council, we can vote on these multi-year allocations as one motion, unless a council member would like to vote on these separately. Does anyone wish to split the motion into separate ones, or voted and debated separately? Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Weigel?
My apologies, Mr. Mayor, I'm late on that. Just looking for, I just noticed that the approval amount for the Northern Alberta Athletic Association was $200,000 less. Can we just get, I guess, explanation on that? Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that's correct. I believe the exact amount is $214,000, and that's because they had a surplus in their year end. So rather than getting them to pay us that money back, we're just taking it away from this year's grant request.
In conversation with them, and this is just a conversation I've had with them, my understanding was that was grant money that they got from the federal government or provincial government for operations and sign. Is that true?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, after review of their application with our legal team and with administration, the recommendation is to hold that money back from this year's grant request because it is a surplus that they saw in 2022.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Stroud? Councillor Majoki, have a question?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation there. So I just wanted to clarify or confirm that even though this, we might go ahead and approve the multi-year application or grants for these organizations, but that we would ensure that annual reporting is done back to administration so that this is not an open check to them.
Through the chair to Council Banjoko, even though it's a multi-year agreement, there's still requirements to have annual reporting. So actually there's a report at 6 months and then 12 months. So we're always monitoring how the money's being spent. So even multi-year agreements, it doesn't mean that you don't have to report.
Okay, thank you. And I wanted to also reconfirm that it has been communicated to the organizations that we still retain that flexibility to make changes should we wish to, based on what we find.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, that's correct. And in the actual agreement that we give with them, there's options in there for administration or for the municipality to step out of the agreement if required.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Is there any other questions from council? If not, can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that $1,115,080 be allocated to the Northern Alberta Athletic Association, in brackets NAAA, under the 2023 Municipal Facility Operating Grant Program. 2, that $98,000 be allocated to the Fort McMurray Minor Baseball Association, in brackets 2009, under the 2023 Municipal Facility Operating Grant Program. 3, that $231,100 be allocated to Ptarmigan Nordic Ski Club under the Municipal Facility Operating Grant Program. And 4, that $205,000 be allocated to Vista Ridge Recreational Association under the Municipal Facility Operating Grant Program. Thank you.
Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or debate points of council? Not seeing any, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to item 5.2, request municipal facility operating grant. I invite Deanne Berge, Director of Community and Protective Services, to introduce the proposed grant allocation increases.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. There are 2 municipal facility operators that have requested an increase in their 2023 funding. Each organization will present their request to you. The first presentation will be the Fort McMurray Minor Hockey Association. They have requested $699,000 in funding. This is an increase of $138,000 over 2022. The second presentation will be the Young Men's Christian Association of Edmonton, or YMCA of Northern Alberta. They have requested $706,075 in funding. This is an increase of $161,537 over 2022. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanne. Do you have any general questions of council? Do we have any delegates to this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Confirming for the record, we have no registered delegations for this particular item.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from the organizations that have requested an increase in their municipal facility operating grant. And first up, we'll hear from Fort McMurray Minor Hockey Association. I'd like to invite Steve Schreiner, Fort McMurray Minor Hockey President, and Craig Organ, Frank Lacroix Arena Facility Operations Manager, to come forward.
Hey, good morning, Council. Thanks for having us. So through the last 3 years, you can see 21 we asked for 611,000. 2022 we did drop down. With that going down, we had shut the facility down just due to COVID. Coming into 2023, our utilities have greatly increased, and that's why our ask has gone up by $138,000 for the 2023 projected budget. Through 2023, the grant request, so revenue, we got $449,000 as revenue. Expenses are $1.148,000, and subsidy requested is $699,000, which represents 61% of total expenses. Out of those expenses, $575,000 are wages, funded $409 by the RMWB. Operating maintenance costs are $540,500. Out of that, $273,750 come from the municipality, and then our overhead administration insurance is $32,500 and funded out of the RMWB of $16,250 for totals that are said below of $1.148, and out of that funding is our ask of $699,000. Summary, so the projected utility expenses used out of the 2022 grant application was $150. Projected utility expenses is now actually gone up to 210 for 2023. And that's where the extra 138,000 funding request is to offset those increases in 2022 and the projected increases of utilities in 2023. That's pretty much a summary of our presentation on the facility.
Thank you. Do you have any questions of council? Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Through the chair to the presenters, Mr. Schreier, Mr. Organ. I think you guys know I spent a few nights in that rink. I guess my one question to you is when you're operating this facility, obviously minor hockey is very important to this community. What are some of the major challenges you face?
To the chair, to Councillor Ball. One of our biggest hurdles that we come up against right now from a minor hockey perspective is the lack of primetime ice. We've had to cap our membership on the minor hockey side of things because we do not have enough primetime ice to service every child in this community right now.
Right.
That's a major hurdle that we've come across. The organization has grown from about 875 members 3 years ago. We're up to 1,200 right now, and we did have to cap that.
And you're capped at 1,200, so projected you could have how many do you think?
I'd say probably 1,300 to 1,400.
So pushing double what you had back at 800. So
yeah, the community has grown greatly, and our average age, I think everyone knows, is very young. And I'm also one person here. I have 4 kids, 3 of them which are in the organization. So
there's a guy over there too.
So having that primetime ice and the ice available for everyone.
And prime time's anything before what? Is it 9 o'clock?
Yeah, it's from like on the weekends between 8 and 9, and we start at 5 o'clock on weekdays. And we've grown with our job program. We've added another team, so like we don't have a lot of ice from Monday to Thursday when these teams usually practice to like increase that membership to any other teams that we may be able to have here. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you for the presentation and going through. You guys wrote off an $82,000 deficit. I'm assuming that's due to utility costs last year?
Yeah, it is. We estimated 150,000 in gas and power when we did the application for the grant request 2023. That number was projected to be now 210,000, and then that ask to cover this year, and then that extra amount for next year, projecting that will continue.
Gotcha. Yeah, my apologies. I know that you did say that. I didn't realize that was the two combined versus just next year. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Bussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to the presenters, just a couple quick questions, and I guess one of them is the last presenter asked the same question. I look at the revenues for signs and ice logos. Do we have anybody dedicated to sell rink board advertising? I mean, you go to Center Fire, and I get it, it's home of the Barons, but their ice is covered in logos, their rink boards, and yet Frank Lacroix probably could, I'm assuming you could take a few more advertisers on the rink boards. I know I used to advertise there before, but like, is any of you two gentlemen out there doing that, or is that the municipality's responsibility, or?
So most of the signage that's in Frank Lacroix, it's brought in, it stays with the facility operations side of it. Minor hockey will have some larger sponsors, like Boucher, and they'll have logos and some signage, and that funding goes to the programming side.
Okay.
But the majority of what you see on the walls and in the ice will stay directly with facility operations. Whereas I think Center Fire Place, majority of their advertising being brought in, I think stays with the hockey club versus facility operations. So we're structured a little differently.
Okay.
And I think that's why they source out so much sponsorship is for the club side of it.
Okay. The concession revenue looks like it's just capped at 150. Now, do we lease that concession out, or do you run the concession?
We run the concession.
Okay.
Our employees are part of that ask for funding is our employees that are working in the concession. All comes back to the facility.
Okay, and then I guess just share a little bit of history. When I used to play hockey, and trust me, I wasn't that good, so that's why I took up curling. We used to go to ice practice at 5 a.m. And I know when I coached my children in hockey, I think the earliest we ever had was a 7 a.m. start. So what are the hours? When do you open up? Are you open at 5 for practices, or 6, 7?
We typically open at 8, but we're not restricted to that. We would open if there was a demand to open and have ice times before school, like a lot of the elite teams would or rep teams would in the past. But the pushback from that comes from the parents and a lot of the coaches work and they have to go out on site early in the morning, that sort of thing. I know that dynamic was there before, but it's progressed and that's where, like, from a facility standpoint, we would be accessible. It's just getting the groups on board to go early. And I think the parents and the coaches, the difficulty of getting over there and then getting to work and getting the kids to school afterwards is the biggest deterrent.
Right. So it's just a function of minor hockey or ringette or what, not wanting to start that early then.
Based on feedback, I would think from the coaches and that sort of thing, with the difficulty of doing that part.
Okay. And I guess the last question I have, when do the ice, it goes in August, September, and you take it out May?
Yeah, we installed the ice probably for the first week in August.
Okay.
And about 4 years ago, we signed to stay on through spring hockey, and we do come out around mid-June typically. We stayed in last year through the summer as a trial. There was some interest in the community to try it through June and July. But at the end of the day, when you looked at the numbers and the percentage, I mean, McDonald Island has an ice surface in all the way through the summer as well. There wasn't a need for 2 ice surfaces through June and July. There wasn't just enough demand. I think we only used 14% of our available ice in July.
Right.
So those months, June and July, we'll plan to come out at Frank Lacroix moving forward.
Okay. I did just one last question. So in your opinion, we could use another 1 or 2 ice surfaces, I guess? You're looking at prime time, obviously. Is that your thoughts?
Yes, we would support that greatly. From a minor hockey perspective, we have like our U9, so from like 4-year-olds up to like 17, 18-year-olds. We have just under 1,200 members right now, 78 teams that are at the rink. That does not include all of the shift league teams that utilize the ice during the day, like during a weekday. Old timers and the Murray Gentlemen's Hockey League also services that. So we service everyone from a 4-year-old to a man that may be in his 60s, 70s that is playing old timers. So we have probably one of the greatest reaches of all, age ranges within the community.
So it's fair to say that we are maximizing the amount of money that goes into this. Is that what you're saying? Or can we do more to reach more people. I'm just looking at the population of 112 for about 800,000 cost to the municipality.
I would say we've done as much as probably we can at this juncture to reach as many people as we can.
Okay. And so I wanted to know if there are other opportunities for grants or it's a no for this organization. You could not get anything from the province or from the public. So any attempt to get support from?
On the facility operations side of it, during the seasons where we were impacted by COVID, we were able to use the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy Program, which brought in $235,000. That enabled us to keep the building open, even with restrictions. There was also the Canada Emergency Business Account Loan, where you could get up to $60,000, and if it was paid back prior to December 31st, 2023, you would be relieved of $20,000 of that commitment. When it comes to facility enhancement projects, that sort of stuff, there's usually a matching portion. So those grant opportunities had to be worked internally between our organization and the RMWB because of that matching portion. We haven't seen any of those that we've been eligible for recently, but when they come about, we do have our discussions with trade services on those. So,
thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Councilor Dogar.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the presentation. It's a good one. Just for my information, knowledge sake, are you not the part of Mac Island? What all funds are given to them? Do you operate in Mac Island? Where do you do your operation?
No, we're for the Frank Lacroix Arena up in Beacon Hill. That's the facility that we currently.
Okay. Sorry for that. Thank you for your information.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Councilor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Yeah, I see that. So your only operation is Frank Lacroix, because I know that minor hockey comes out to Anzac, and they use that quite frequently and a lot of hours. So I'm just, anyway, I know you're short, right? You don't have enough space. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. Are there any other questions of council? I'm not seeing any. So from what I'm getting is 2 months a year we have lots of ice. 10 months a year we don't have enough ice. We'll now move on to the recommendation. Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Ball.
I move that $699,000 be allocated to Fort McMurray Minor Hockey 1981 Association under the 2023 Municipal Facility Operating Grant Program.
Thank you, Councilor Ball. Can I have someone second the motion? Councilor Weigel.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or debate points of council? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call all in favor. That's carried unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen.
thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have the YMCA of Northern Alberta. I'd like to invite Jody Kyle, Chief Operating Officer, and Joanne Angel and Drusev, General Manager, Eagle Ridge Community Center, to come forward.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. My name is Joanne Angel and Drusev. I'm the General Manager of the Eagle Ridge Community Center, and I'm joined by Jody Kyle, the Chief Administrating Officer of the YMCA of Northern Alberta. Since 2014, the YMCA has operated the Eagle Ridge Community Center on behalf of the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo, and we want to acknowledge the long-standing partnership and relationship with the municipality. We're honored to have been chosen to run this facility, and in that time, the YMCA has proven that it can efficiently and responsibly while responding to community needs.
Good morning. YMCA of Northern Alberta is entering nearly 10 years of operating the Eagle Ridge Community Centre. The grant request before council is to support facility operations and service delivery at the Eagle Ridge Community Centre. The increased request is due to rising inflation, increases in compensation, and increases in operating costs due to the fact that the building is aging, but it is in fact seeing more use than in previous pandemic years. 2021 and 2022 requests were during COVID and were lower because we were slowly reopening and providing services. Our request this year is for $706,075.
Our revenue costs are generated from our YMCA fee-for-services programs like our summer day camps, our fitness classes, and other children activities. Another part of our revenue is generated through...
Sorry, your microphone's not on there if you want to turn it on.
Sorry for that. So our revenue is generated through our YMCA fee-for-service programs like our day camps, our summer day camps, our fitness classes, and our children activities. It is also generated through our room rentals, so the Eagle Ridge Community Centre is recognized by the community as a modern, family-centric space with an ideal location where programs and services create connections and offer space where everyone can belong and thrive. We're seeing a demand and an increased need by the community organizations and groups to be able to rent out our spaces for meetings for their program delivery. Collaboration with other organizations in our community allow the YMCA to provide a wide range of programs and services in the Eagle Ridge Community Centre. The center is also a high demand for families in our community, and the Eagle Ridge Community Center is home to the YMCA Child Care Center for preschoolers that serve 54 children in the early years program, and the YMCA also rents out the community center space to provide out-of-school care for ages 6 to 12, which serves up to 199 children. This service is vital to our community. Lastly, we continue to seek other sources of revenue from funders that will support the center and its programs and services. We're seeking funding for programs and services. However, other funders will not cover facility occupancy costs for a municipal building, which is part of what informs our request today. Our request, as Jody mentioned, is for $706,100,075, and we will explain the expenses in our next slide. Our compensation category includes, so there is a mistake up on the slide, so it's for 4.25 full-time equivalents, not the 7.25 you see up on that slide. So our 4.25 full-time equivalents changed from last year because we're adding an additional 2 facility attendant staff who are responsible for cleaning the facility and also for supervision during our rentals and programs, allowing us to stay open for longer hours. You'll notice that there's not a shift in our operation and maintenance costs. However, that has increased, but that previously included our cleaning costs. So with those staff moving from a cleaning contract to full-time employees. 5% of compensation is staff to recruit and retain staff. And this line also includes our 10% allocation for administration direct costs like HR, IT, finance, marketing, and assets. Operation and maintenance costs continue to increase due to the center's moving into its 10th year of operation and requires additional building repairs. Contract maintenance costs like snow removal has also increased due to inflation.
As a charity, the YMCA has a history of operating efficiently and is committed to being financially responsible for the operation of Eagle Ridge and this community investment grant. We're focused on growing revenue while also providing the community with affordable and accessible programs and services. If we generate more revenue and or spend less than we plan, we return funding to the municipality, as we've done in the last 2 years. Thank you for your time. This concludes our presentation. We would be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Do we have any questions from council? Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to clarify, I see unrestricted net assets at 861,000, and you are asking for 706. Is that correct?
Sorry? Could you please repeat?
I'm seeing that you have unrestricted net assets of 861,000, and you are asking for 706,000. So yes. You have enough money, if I'm reading it correctly.
The 861,000 of unrestricted net assets is for the YMCA of Northern Alberta. It's not just for Wood Buffalo, so that would have to be considered as part of the association investment.
Okay. So the 544 $100,000 that was approved last year was exhausted completely by Fort McMurray YMCA. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. That was a bit confusing for me. And then I wanted to ask a question around the loss of the Thickwood Gym to the community, and how is this YMCA at Eagle Ridge expanding their program, or just trying to fill that gap that we feel after the loss of the Thickwood facility? Or is there any plan?
The Westwood facility, we made the determination in consultation with administration back in 2020 that it was not sustainable to continue that operation. Eagle Ridge Community Center is a very different operation than what Westwood was. Westwood had a gymnasium, it had a full fitness center, and it had a 25-meter pool. The Eagle Ridge Community Center is a municipal building that we're operating on their behalf to provide community programs and services. Some of those are run by the YMCA. Joanne and her team offer YMCA programs. And then the other thing that we're seeing a real big increase in is rentals. So other community organizations and groups, I think it's already been mentioned before, are looking for space. And it really is a way of bringing the community to the community center and offering a wider variety of programs and services that are really meeting different cultural, newcomer, recreational, educational needs.
Yes. Thank you. So we are not to expect anything would happen in terms of the Thickwood Arena?
We don't have any plans or have the financial ability right now to build a new facility. We'd be happy to discuss that with the RMWB if that's something they wanted to do.
Okay, then I have to rest my argument at that point. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Banjoko. Any other questions of council? Councilor Dogar?
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, presenter. It's a very good show, very good presentation. I happen to visit your organization sometime. It is really organized well. Routine is doing very well there. Please keep it up. Wish you best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Any other questions of council? I'm not seeing any. We'll now move on to the recommendations. Can I have someone make a motion? Councilor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that $706,075 be allocated to the Young Men's Christian Association of Edmonton, YMCA of Alberta, under the 2023 Municipal Facility Operating Grant Program.
Can someone second the motion? Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Any other questions followed by debate points of council? Councilor Ball?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to just not necessarily ask a question, but would we be able to postpone moving this forward for approval until Councilor Grandison has an opportunity to respond? He did tell me that he had some questions that he wanted to ask, but he has a doctor's appointment that he had to attend, so.
Yeah, we can defer that if you want to. And then upon speaking to Councilor Grandison when he finishes his appointment, we can set that there.
Okay.
Yeah. Does anybody else on council have any issues with deferring that until Councilor Grandison is able to attend? Councilor Dogar?
Thank you for giving me the chance. Sir, it is not all that comfortable for them to come again. I know of a presenter yesterday, his or her legs were shivering that he or she has to do the presentation here. Even I remember once I was a councillor, I came here a few times for presentation. You had a disturbed night. You postpone it, it is not comfortable for them. For comfort of one councillor, we should not make them uncomfortable. This is my recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Does the presenters, do you have any issue with waiting until Councillor Grandison is available?
No, we can wait if it's today, for sure.
We'll know in a little while.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Ball, do you want to make a motion that we defer this item?
I move that we defer this item until Councillor Grandison gets an opportunity to ask the presenters the questions he had.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder for that? Councillor Weigel?
I'll second it.
Thank you. And I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried with one opposed. Okay. Thank you. We'll now proceed with item number 6, the 2023 proposed municipal facilities capital grant allocation. As noted on the agenda, members of the public will have the opportunity to speak to the specific community investment program grant allocations after administration has presented their recommended grant allocation. Following delegations, we will have the individual presentations by each organization. Then council will have the opportunity to ask questions of each organization, followed by debate and voting on the motion for the individual grant application. I'll now invite Deanne Berge, Community and Protective Services, Greg Walsh, Chief Executive Officer, Regional Recreation Corporation, and Dan Wilson, General Manager, Vista Ridge Recreational Association, to come forward to present.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We are presenting the 2023 proposed municipal facility capital grant allocation. The Municipal Facility Capital Grant provides financial support for the capital upgrades and replacements for the municipally owned assets operated by the Regional Recreation Corporation and Vista Ridge Recreational Association. These grants are funded through the Capital Infrastructure Reserve. 2 municipal facility capital grant applications were received with requests totaling $3,258,400. The Regional Recreation Corporation and Vista Ridge Recreational Association hold operating agreements for the operations of municipally owned recreation facilities throughout the region. These agreements include provisions for capital improvements and require the organizations to submit capital budgets annually to be presented for council's consideration. The recommendations are based on the capital needs identified by the Regional Recreation Corporation and Vista Ridge Recreational Association. These capital improvements will extend the life of the municipal asset, improve safety, and enhance user experience. Greg Walsh will present the RRC request, and Dan Wilson will present the Vista Ridge request. Over to Greg.
Thank you very much, Deanne. As mentioned, the 2023 budget request for our capital projects is $2.792 million. This includes a number of projects throughout the facilities in the region, such as Suncor Community Leisure Center fleet and equipment replacement, Suncor Community Leisure Center HVAC and BMS backnet upgrade, new Suncor Community Leisure Center boiler heating generator, an aquatics mechanical shutdown review of filtration and UV replacement, a video management system phase 4, which is a CCTV camera replacement project, building access control expansion, Wi-Fi access point refresh, fitness programming space redevelopment, Conklin main concourse. This is an HVAC related improvement to try and help with heating and cooling. Suncor Community Leisure Center, Aquatic Center, and atrium fan installation. This is related to the leisure side of the pool where we often get lots of humidity up in the atrium piece. Anzac equipment, curling and leisure ice curtains. So these are the divider curtains in the curling club between the mini ice and the curling club, as well as between the leisure ice and Arena 1. Locker enhancements, which is we're looking at replacing locks with an RFID and PIN code compatible code, which will make life a little bit easier for users, but also be a service enhancement for members with lockers for annual locker rentals. Fitness equipment addition, which is a piece of our annual fitness replacement project. So annually we replace roughly $70,000 to $80,000 worth of fitness equipment that becomes end of life. We move that back through. And then flooring upgrades in our climbing wall area. That's a summary of the projects that we have planned or we're asking for capital grant funding for 2023. And these are just nice pictures of those.
Thank you, Greg. Over to Dan.
Thanks, Deanne. So Vista Ridge has a number of capital projects that we're requesting to proceed with. They involve the upgrading of some golf course equipment and some new additions, the replacement of some snowmaking guns, as well as some cathodic protection, as well as some engineering for a new river inlet. We also have some building and equipment life cycle maintenance, which include replacing some existing piping for our fire suppression system. Ongoing, we have some slope stability projects that we have to stabilize our slope, some security system upgrades, some additional landscaping around our base area, some lodge upgrades, which include some carpet and furnishings, as well as some changing out of our aerial park obstacles and tenure inspection. Thank you. Some more pictures.
Thank you, Dan. The administrative recommendation is that the 2023 Municipal Facility Capital Grants be approved as follows. Regional Recreation Corporation for $2,792,900 and Vista Ridge Recreational Association for $465,500. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanne, Greg, and Dan. Do we have any questions of council? Councillor Bussier?
Yeah, through the chair to Mr. Walsh. I see how you do it. You come through and you tell us you're saving a bunch of money in your first presentation, and then you come and ask for more. I get you. You're good. The Conklin multiplex, you mentioned something about HVAC. I mean, given it's a newer building, is there no warranty or any from the original build with that building?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, we are past the warranty period. There's some issues specifically with cooling in the facility. It's related to the chiller and tying it in with the rest of the building. It's just something that's more or less plagued us at the facility since it opened, and it's not something that's covered through any warranty.
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I was looking for your revenue, and I think maybe it was in the first presentation. Anything to show what you are going to bring in?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko. So these are municipal facility operators operating municipal facilities. This is a capital request. So this isn't related to their operating funds.
Okay, thank you. I thought that's much.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through to Vista Ridge. I really enjoy your golf course out there. It's beautiful. The question I have is when you're talking about your landscaping, and I know you're having some irrigation problems, is some of it to do with the golf course?
The landscaping is just in general to the base area in its entirety. Now that we're seeing more traffic, summer and winter, just looking at kind of tidying up the area, some paving, some kind of wayfinding signage, and grassing some areas that were kind of not usually seen in the winter with snow coverage and that sort of thing.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mayor. The chair, thanks for the presentation. Greg, just I guess for information's sake, when we're life cycling stuff like fitness equipment and other things that might have some life left into them, are we then setting them out for sale to be able to recover some of that cost, or what do we do with that, or are they on leases that we just replace?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, we generally trade those in we trade them back to the supplier as a piece of the purchase process. We don't lease any of the equipment. It is purchased. If we do sell any equipment, we have a disposal policy that we follow, so it's publicly posted and sold publicly. But generally speaking, when it comes to the fitness equipment, it's traded back in for, as a piece of the package. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Are there any other questions of council? Not seeing any. Are there any delegates to this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We have no registered delegates for this particular item.
Thank you. We'll now move on to recommendation. Does council wish? Yes, no? Oh. Council, we can vote on the grant allocations as one motion unless a council member would like to vote on these separately. Does anyone wish to split this motion? Okay, would someone like to put the motion on the floor? Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the municipal facility capital grants for 2023 be approved as follows. Regional Recreation Corporation for $2,792,900 and Vista Ridge Recreational Association for $465,500.
Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other questions followed by debate points of council? Councillor Dogar.
Sir, thank you for giving me the chance. It's, of course, a very good presentation. I appreciate it, but just want to know what is the relationship of Mac Island and Vista Ridge? Vista Ridge is quite a part away from here. Is it because of the golf course? Some golf activity?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, we're two separate organizations. So we operate McDonald Island Park. We do operate the Miskinaw Golf Course. Vista Ridge is a separate entity that operates the golf course and the other amenities at the location. Yeah.
I will add that Mac Island and Miskinaw, specifically their grounds team, has been a huge resource for us. We've had a great relationship with them since we started growing in our golf course, have shared some pieces of equipment and really leaned on them for their expertise, and I think it's really helped our quality of product. So we appreciate the relationship with Mac Island in that regard.
That's good to hear. Do I have any other questions or debate points of council? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And any opposed? Not seeing it. It's carried unanimously. So thank you. Moving on to item 7.1, 2023 proposed multi-year sustaining grant allocation. As noted on the agenda, members of the public will have the opportunity to speak to the specific community investment program grant allocations after administration has presented the recommended grant allocations. Following delegations, council will then debate and vote on the proposed grant allocations. Deanne Berge, Director of Community and Protective Services, please go ahead and introduce the proposed grant allocation.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'm presenting the 2023 Sustaining Grant.
Sorry, Deanne. Councillor Weigel.
My apologies. I would just like to declare a conflict of interest due to the Family Christian Center legacy, and I'll be stepping away for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Okay, sorry, go ahead. Councillor Boucher.
Sorry. I guess if we're going through them all at once, then I'll excuse myself at the same names, but if we're just going to deal with it, I'll have to do the same thing as Councillor Weigel and recuse myself.
Maybe the best is separate them, because if you leave, we don't have a quorum, so maybe we'll separate them so we can go back.
Okay.
Yeah,
so we can bring. Yeah.
Al has to recuse himself.
Yeah, so we'll do that. No, so.
Okay.
Okay, that's what we'll do. So we'll leave Councillor Weigel in the quiet room. Yeah, go ahead, please. Yeah, so leave out the Family Christian Center.
No.
No,
Oh,
no, wait.
hold on. I
Yes.
need to bring in that one and leave out St. Aidan's.
Yeah, well, we can do the family one now. Just leave
Yeah.
out St. Aidan's.
Okay, sorry. Whew. This is on the fly. We got it. All right. Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'm presenting the 2023 Sustaining Grant recommendations. The Sustaining Grant subsidizes registered nonprofit organizations to support programs and services that align with the goals identified in Council's Strategic Plan 2022 to 2025. Eligibility guidelines for the Sustaining Grant indicate that applicants must be registered as a nonprofit organization and be classified as one of the following: a strategic partner that delivers programs and services where the purpose and outcome align with the strategic plan, and one of the following: a collection, preservation, and display of regional heritage and culture in a museum setting. Act as a collective voice for the development of the arts community, progression of interests of the social profit sector, advancement of the cultural diversity and promotion of economic diversification of the municipality. Where an organization provides a strategic service that is of benefit to the entire region, as set out in a service delivery agreement. There are 9 strategic partners with multi-year agreements and no increase in funding. We'll go through 8 of them. The administrative recommendation is that Art Council Wood Buffalo be allocated $665,000 to fund learning programs, artist profile building, and art production projects. Sorry, I'm going to stop for a second. I have a thought. Let's just do the Family Christian Center. Okay. Sorry. Let's roll it back. And so after all that said, the Family Christian Center be allocated $320,000 to fund the FCSS counseling services. That concludes my presentation. Thank you. Smooth.
Perfect, thank you. Do we have any questions of council in regards to the Family Christian Center? Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Deanne. I look at their unrestricted net assets at 1.6.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, that's correct. We're funding just one program, so their actual spending is a lot larger than that. So if you look at their summary sheet,
It's not that easy to get.
sorry, I just got to get to it. So their total expenses are 4.1 million for the year.
Oh,
So this funding is just one portion for the FCSS counseling.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, that's the question I have about the unrestricted net asset. And you are saying that the total expenses is 4.1. They're asking for 320 is totally confusing. So how are they going to fund the remaining? And how do we know what we are funding and what they have the money for 1.64 and all?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, so the Family Christian Center offers a lot of programming. This particular $320,000 is specifically targeted for the FCSS counseling services. So the way this budget is laid out, and actually administration, when we were looking at this, Waypoints looks the same. It looks like we're funding their whole program, but they actually have a very large budget. So for going forward, we'll display this differently so it's not confusing on the summary sheet.
Yes.
So we are not funding legacy the whole center. We're funding one programming, which is the FCSS counseling.
Yes, thank you. So it would be, I would recommend if we could make that change going forward because it's totally confusing. Then we can know of the 320 we approved last year, how much was spent, and then know whether it makes sense to go ahead. So you're saying the recommended funding is 36%, but 36% of total spend, but you're recommending 100% of the ask.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, we're recommending 100% of the FCSS counseling. So it's one portion of their counseling service.
Yes,
So,
I got you.
Yeah,
but
so I apologize. It is very confusing, and we will definitely lay these out differently for next year.
thank you very much, and I appreciate the work that you do.
Thank you, Councilor Banjoko. Councilor Ball?
Thank you. Through the chair to Director Berge. I think my question might be more for actually the Family Christian Center, if there's any representatives here. I don't know if there are.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, there's not. They have a multi-year agreement, so they brought forward they haven't changed their strategy. So last year they presented to you, and this year the intention is to, they said this is what we're going to do for all the years.
Okay, guess you're on the hot seat then.
Okay.
I'm curious about how many counselors they hire for, because it's strictly for salaries, how many people they service, and do they bring in any revenue from those services?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball. So there's a lot of questions there. And I don't know that we have that level of detail right now. Just let me look at my colleagues. Tony will give us some of the detail.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball. This organization does have a sliding scale for their FCSS counseling, and it's based on the income of the individual receiving counseling services. So in some cases, I believe it's up to $100 per session, but again, it depends on the income of the client. And that would be seen under the fee for service on the schedule. In terms of the details of the number of individuals serviced, we can get those statistics and provide it to you. We do collect that information. They do receive FCSS funding, so we do collect outcome measures and all of those statistics for outputs as well. But we can get that and present it either later today or in another manner.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to figure out if we're paying for salaries so someone else can raise funding.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, the FCSS funding is heavily audited by the province, and I believe we actually in a councillor question provided the last audited report to you, which would have been for 2021. So we really watch these FCSS grants closely because we have to report out on them with extreme detail.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any other questions of council? I'm not seeing any. Do we have any delegates for this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We have no registered delegates for 7.1, the recommended multi-year sustaining grant allocations.
Thank you. We'll now move on to recommendation. Since we're separating it, can I have council make the motion for item 2? Councilor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that $320,000 be allocated to Family Christian Center, operation of as Legacy Counseling Center under the 2023 sustaining grant.
Thank you, Councilor Banjoko. Can someone second that motion? Councilor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Do we have any questions followed by debate points of council? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? Not seeing any. That's carried unanimously. Now back up. Do you want to? Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, Mayor Bowman, I'm just going to recuse myself, given that St. Aidan's is being presented next. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. So we'll just do item number 8 then, Deanne? Yeah, I think so.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. So the administrative recommendation is that St. Aidan's House Society be allocated $257,498 to support seniors outreach and advocate program and efforts toward elder abuse prevention and education. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanne. Do you have any questions of council? Not seeing any. Do we have any delegates? Can I have someone make the motion? Item number 8, Councillor Ball.
I move that $257,498 be allocated to St. Aidan's House Society under the 2023 Sustaining Grant.
And I second that motion. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions or followed by debate points of council? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Okay, we can invite Councillor Boussier back in. We can move on to the other 7 now, Deanne.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. So there are 7 remaining strategic partners with multi-year agreements and no increase in funding. The administrative recommendation is that Arts Council Wood Buffalo be allocated $665,000 to fund learning programs, artist profile building, and the art production projects. That Fuse Social be allocated $344,361 to fund operations, Convergence YMM, Leadership Wood Buffalo, the Tomorrow Project, Board Development Training, and the Volunteer Center. That Justin Slade Youth Foundation be allocated $310,000 to operate the Youth Drop-In Center, Life Skills Series, Youth Cooking Program, Graffiti Art Program, and Career Preparation. That the local Helicopter Emergency Response Organization Foundation be allocated $1,250,000 to fund helicopter emergency medical services in the region. That the Multicultural Association of Wood Buffalo be allocated $539,910 to deliver multicultural services, programs, and events, which include outreach services, interpretation, translation services, and a welcome center. That Some Other Solutions be allocated $406,808 to fund FCSS counseling services and the crisis line. And that Waypoints Community Services Association be allocated $485,000 to provide FCSS counseling services in both urban and rural service areas. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanne. Do you have any questions of council? Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, sir, for giving me a chance. Any representative of Waypoints here?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, no, there's not. They're on a multi-year grant agreement.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to appreciate her. They were contacted at 11 p.m. night by 2 ladies and their beds were available. I appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I see unrestricted net asset of 1.169. So that would be the deficit or debt of the organization for local helicopter emergency response.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, that's correct.
And they are requesting for 1.2. So I'm looking at it that are we funding the debt or the deficit, or I don't know.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, we've been funding, the municipality has been funding the local helicopter emergency response organization since 2014. I can call up my colleague, actually, Chief Butts, and he could give you a little bit more detail.
Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, the response of our Hero helicopter has evolved for probably plus 20 years. In 2014, our local aviation company, Phoenix Heliflight, took on the responsibility of dedicating a 24-hour rotary wing medevac helicopter. That is in partnership with Regional Emergency Services, and the Regional Emergency Services on our ground ambulance utilizes those staff when a call for a rotary wing helicopter is required. Those staff jump out of move from a ground ambulance to the rotary wing helicopter and respond to that call. That's the simplicity of the arrangement that we've been functioning under for quite some time.
Okay. So we don't have any representative here that can clarify anything, no? Okay. And you have the audited account?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, that's correct. And you could also view that on your OneDrive. All that information is there with their application.
Okay. Thank you. That's it for now.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir, for giving me chance. Some other solution, any representative here? Presenter? Yeah, I visited them a few times. They are doing very good job. And they're also a neighbor of Mr. Mayor. We must look after them.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Do we have Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask the Arts Council how they're doing with the project of the building.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, so these are actually operating grants. Okay. These are not capital grants.
Okay. Thank you. I'm just going ahead of myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Any other questions of council? Do we have any delegates to this item? Okay, thank you. So, have someone put the items 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9? Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that $665,000 be allocated to the Arts Council Wood Buffalo under the 223 sustaining grant. That $344,361 be allocated to Fuse Social Wood Buffalo Society under the 2023 sustaining grant. That $310,000 be allocated to Justin Slade Youth Foundation under the 2023 sustaining grant. That $1,250,000 be allocated to the local helicopter emergency response organization foundation under the 2023 sustaining grant. That $539,910 be allocated to the Multicultural Association of Wood Buffalo under the 2023 sustaining grant. That $406,808 be allocated to Some Other Solutions under the 2000 sustaining grant. That $485,000 be allocated to Waypoints Community Services Association under the 2023 sustaining grant.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of council followed by debate points? Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to appreciate multiculturalism. I paid them a visit, and in the absence of the president, the things were going very smoothly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Are there any other questions followed by debate points of council? Not seeing any, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? Seeing none, that's carried unanimously. Moving on to 7.2, requested sustaining grant increase. Dan Berge, Director, Community and Protective Services, can go ahead to introduce the proposed grant allocation increases, please.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. 5 partners have requested an increase in their 2023 sustaining grant funding. Each organization will present their request to you. The Fort Chipewyan Historical Society requested $201,800. The administrative recommendation is $173,040, as that equates to 80% of the total budget. This is an increase of $27,485 over 2022. The Fort McMurray Heritage Society requested $661,000. This is an increase of $281,000 over 2022. The Fort McMurray SPCA requested $989,059. This is an increase of $285,059 over 2022. Keano College requested $725,890. This is an increase of $166,275. And the McMurray Snowdrifters requested $195,760. This is an increase of $70,010 over 2022. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanne. Do we have any questions of council? Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Deanne. The Fort Chipewyan Historical Society. I notice there's no revenue. Is there a presenter here today? Oh. Okay. What's that? Okay, I'll wait for the presenter then.
They're first.
Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. First, for the Heritage, Fort McMurray Heritage Society.
Councillor Banjoko, what we can, this is right now just a question for Deanne. We're going to do each of the presenters are going to come forward, and then we can ask questions of those at that time.
Okay.
That help?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir. No, I was mixing up Fort Chipewyan and Fort McMurray. So once that is discussed, I'll give my point of view.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dogar. Okay, do we have any delegates to this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We do have a registered delegate for this item. And for Council's awareness, we will be taking registered delegates for 7.2 at this time, not after each individual presentation. So our registered delegation is Leanna Wilden and Scott Miller from the Arts Council Wood Buffalo with respect to Keano College.
Thanks, Lana. If you could just please state your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes for their presentation, followed by debate point, followed by questions if you remain seated, please.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, my board chair had to step out to take his daughter to the dentist. I'm Leanna Wheeldon, and I'm the Executive Director for Arts Council Wood Buffalo. We are here today to speak in support of Keano College's request for funding a Theatre and Arts Center business review. Arts Council and Keano College are working together to find a community-based solution which will allow Keano College to support the continuation of the Theatre and Arts Center through an agreement with a community group dedicated to operating all or part of the facility. As the overarching body for the arts in our region, Arts Council recognizes the importance of the theatre to a large group of volunteers, social profit agencies, and schools that utilize the facility, and audience members for the many great performances, workshops, and events hosted within. This critical piece of arts infrastructure serves many independent arts teachers, dance companies, and other artists. The Municipal Culture Master Plan and subsequent studies such as the Municipal Development Plan and the Cultural Infrastructure Needs Assessment all indicate the importance and need for the Theatre and Arts Centre to continue operations as a community asset. Arts Council and Keano College leadership recognize the importance of supporting community through arts, culture, and entrepreneurship opportunities to create a remarkable quality of life in our region. Both parties have entered a memorandum of understanding to define the partnership and will collaborate on the business review process, offering their expertise and connections to key rights and stakeholders to ensure a comprehensive study is completed. This partnership is unique in bringing an educational institution and a social profit agency together to support an initiative that will provide a turnkey business opportunity in Wood Buffalo. On behalf of Arts Council Wood Buffalo, I hope that Mayor and Council will support the municipal administration's recommendation to fund the proposed business review. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Leanna. Do we have any questions of the delegate? I'm not seeing any. Oh, Councillor Dogar.
Thank you very much, sir, for excellent presentation. Very happy to hear you, madam. Is it the same funding which President Keano also, you are in collaboration with each other?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, Keano is making a presentation for their operation funding as well as for the business plan review. And we have been working with Keano College leadership through the process to develop a plan to help find a way for the theatre to be sustainable as an independent operation from the college.
I had a discussion with the president of Keano. He was very kind to give me a time. And his arguments were very convincing, where we must make this community more beautiful, more vibrant, and more purposeful. If it is the same funding, I appreciate and I recommend it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through to the presenter. I just want to thank you for your presentation and for all that the Arts Council does for our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to the Chair. Thank you for the presentation and advocating. I just want to make sure that I heard it properly, that the idea for the feasibility study was to eventually create a business proposal to make it self-sustaining, so you will no longer need funding in the future, but have a self-sustaining business that operates at arm's length from the operation of Keano College. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, yes. The President Note will speak to the rationale behind having to separate it from the college operations. But yes, in many municipalities, theatres are operated by the municipality itself. And in this case, we're looking at a study to see if an independent social profit could operate it with partnership with Keano College. So they would still perhaps maintain security, utilities, cleaning, that sort of things that will help that independent nonprofit be able to run a sustainable theatre. Theatres aren't known to make money, but I think that there are a lot of opportunities for income generation with the right organization in charge of it, and with a proper business study and funding plan will give a great leg up to whomever that entity is. And of course, Arts Council is always supporting the growth and success of the arts, and will be available to support that individual or group that would be the new theater.
Mm-hmm. No, I appreciate that. That's awesome. I guess question, this might be a little sideways, and so I might be getting a little bit off topic, but what's the number one contributor that makes theaters not profitable? Like where does the biggest deficit come from?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, it's often operating of the facility, because that is so costly. Theaters need to be accessible, so without a huge hike in ticket costs, it's difficult for theaters to be able to pay artists, to pay directors, to pay set decorators, to pay utilities, rent. I mean, as any business, but they are very dependent on funding through grants. There is a lot of interest with the the federal Canadian Heritage Funders to keep theatre alive and well in Alberta, particularly in Fort McMurray. They have a strong relationship with Keano already, as does Alberta Foundation for the Arts. So even as an independent running the theatre, they will still have a great option to bring funding in from outside. But typically theatres are not revenue generators. They operate at a revenue neutral model.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Leanna. Thank you for your question, Councillor Boussier, or Councillor Weigel. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, sir. Madam, where is your office? I went into your new place and probably I didn't see any construction, and you have their office there or at the old place?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, we are still leasing office space within Keano College. We have just removed the conditions of sale for the new property downtown, the future Arts Inc. Facility. So we will be the proud new owners of a bouncing baby building before the end of this year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Are there any other questions of council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Leanne.
Thank you.
Up next, we have the Fort Chipewyan Historical Society. I'd like to invite Maureen Clark, Director, to come forward to present.
On the phone.
Are you on the line there, Maureen?
Oh, Georgina? Georgina Cardinal?
Georgina Cardinal, you on the line there? Georgina, can you try pressing *6 to see if you can unmute? Council have any objections if we skip to the Fort McMurray Heritage Society and go back once a delegate from the Fort Chipewyan Historical Society comes online?
We try to
No objection? Okay, so we'll move on. Up next, we have the Fort McMurray Heritage Society. I'd like to invite Vernon Murphy, Executive Director, to come forward to present, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Council, CAO Thorkelson, and Administration. For the record, my name is Verna Murphy, and I'm the Executive Director for the Fort McMurray Heritage Society. Thank you for allowing me to be present here to present to you all today. I've only been full-time as the Executive Director for the Fort McMurray Heritage Society since June. When I took the job, we had 6 full-time staff, and then 2 moved away. We now have 10 full-time staff and 1 part-time, and we also had 9 summer students, and we were able to call several of them in for events after their grants were completed. The majority of the grant money that we will receive from you will be going towards wages. And we are aggressively applying for grants for our events and some much needed growth that we will need to do. For the months of June, July, and August, we tripled our event and program revenue over the entire year of 2019 pre-COVID. September and October were also record months for the Society, and in October alone, we had almost 15,000 people through the village for admissions and events. And in the next year, we hope to be breaking ground on a new building for some much-needed office space, classroom space, and archive space. But more importantly, we will start capturing our local Indigenous history as well as recent history, such as the 2016 Horse River wildfire and the floods. The recent heritage report that was done by the municipality shows that we have much work to do so that we do not lose this important part of our history. You will see on slide 2 that it shows unrestricted assets, but that money has been earmarked for the new building. In the last few months, we wanted to provide that we could host successful, large community events, and the community response was both overwhelming and heartwarming. And we are working on bringing the Blueberry Festival back in 2023, which will be very exciting. We held 18 weddings, hundreds of birthday parties, showers. We hosted Multicultural Day, National Indigenous Persons Day, YMM Pride Festival, the Empty Bowls Festival, and we hosted an Elders Information Gathering Day with the RMWB. We have made it our goal to partner with other agencies whenever we can, and in recent months we have worked with groups like the Salvation Army, St. Aidan's, the Ukrainian Association, various local support teams and school groups, Nistawayu, the Autism Society for our sensory events, and the Center of Hope, to name a few. We are creating other sources of income and can't wait to host the local vendors at our new vendor huts, and we will be renting space for another surprise in the new year. We are proud of our inclusive hiring practice and the wonderful team that we are building for the community. We can always schedule another time to come back to council to discuss our events in 2023, but it would be much easier to discuss them today since we are already here, if there is any appetite for that. We have worked extremely hard to make these events as affordable for every family in Fort McMurray. We will see some challenges in the coming years with the moving of the shipyard, but we still feel that we can grow even during that challenge. Thank you so much for your work on this budget. It will set the tone for the coming years for the region, and I, for one, appreciate the work that goes into this every year. Thank you, and I can take any questions that you might have for me.
Thank you, Verna. And I can see all the stuff that goes on down there over the last 5 months is pretty amazing in the community. So I'm going to ask, what events do you have planned for 2023?
Oh, that's a good question. We actually have a whole list, and I do have my director of events if you want her to ask or answer specific questions. But we will be bringing back the Halloween and Harvest Fest again for the weekend of May 10th. The 9th, 10th, and the 11th, we're doing Christmas in the Village. So we've already sold, I believe, over 3,500 tickets so far. So we're really excited about that. But we are planning that big 3-day festival for next year, as well as events for Easter, Canada Day, Heritage Day, and then the Blueberry Festival will be the big one.
Excellent. So 5% of the population already bought tickets for Christmas.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir, for giving me. Thank you very much, Varna Murphy. It was a great pleasure to see you and get a briefing from you. You gave me a very elaborate briefing, very fine briefing. And the best part of visiting Heritage is I visited before also a few weeks back. And in your absence, the things were going as smooth as in was in your presence. To my mind, this is the true leadership. Even if the leader or number one is absent, the things are going in the same way, with the same frequency. That is the true leadership. I appreciate it, congratulate you. Now your things were very, very fine, set up in a very, very nice way. And your future planning, as you discussed me or briefed me, it was very innovative. Keep it up. Surely it was education for me. Surely I'll come to you again to educate myself. Thank you very much.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Doger. Everybody's always welcome at the village.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through to Verna. Thank you for your presentation, Verna. It's great to see, coming out of COVID, that all these events are coming forward again. So you have Oktoberfest here. Can you give us a little explanation on that one?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Stroud. Harvest Fest was very unexpected. It was a very emotional weekend. We had thousands of people through the village all weekend. There wasn't a lot, but I mean, the community feel was what made it so magical that weekend. There was families there that said they'd lived in Fort McMurray for 16 years and had never been to the village, and then they were back for Halloween. So it was almost a powerful weekend. We had families that said it was their first public family outing since their baby had been born during the pandemic, and it was the first family pictures that they had done with their family ever. So it was Friday night. I didn't know whether we would have anybody in through the doors or if we would be totally overwhelmed and not be able to handle the crowds. But really the only complaint that we had that we altered over the whole weekend was that the music was too loud.
Yeah, that's great, Verna. We've had some great events there, and I look forward to these ones, and I just really appreciate all the improvements that have gone into Heritage Village.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Bena, for the presentation. I'm seeing a few figures here. Your unrestricted asset is 883,000. You requested for 661. And I looked at the revenues. I see program revenue. But under your expenses, I don't see how that is, how you fund your program. Do you have other funding coming from other avenues that are not reported here, or I'm missing some figures here?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Banjoko. We are actively working on many grants right now. As of about a month ago, we had 35 grants that we are actively working on. 2 of them have since been submitted. Both of them are federal grants. We are currently working on one other provincial grant that will bring some funding for our events. As I said earlier, I probably will come back with another presentation. There was a bit of a delay, I guess, or something happened with the portal when we submitted our application. So we did have a separate application for the events, and we do have the budget done for the events as well, but we just don't have the money yet.
So my question then to Deanne, just a follow-up. Is it an open end date for applications, or how does that work?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko. So it's not open-ended for the events. I think that what Verna's referring to is in their actual description, they have a description of 4 projects, but it wasn't included in the budget portion. So the recommendation for the events is not included in this. There's, I believe, 4 events.
No, actually, there's 9 now.
No, when the application was submitted, the funding wasn't put into the budget portion of it.
So they still have opportunity to come back? Is that what I'm hearing?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, when requests come in outside of the community investment program, yes. There is a policy related to that speaks to when requests can come forward.
Okay.
So if it's there's new events and community events, so there would be an opportunity if it was a new event.
If it was a new event. Okay, thank you. And also, final question, which I think you answered earlier on. So did we get audited account from Heritage Society?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, yes, that's correct, we did.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Joko. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, and through the chair, and thank you for the presentation. I actually just want to commend you. My children actually was in a program this week, Open Minds, I believe.
Yes.
Program at Heritage Village, and it was absolutely unbelievable. The staff is crazy good. You know, Courtney, if she's one of your staff, my kids are still raving about her. So, thank you. One of the things that I did really appreciate, though, that there were suggestions coming forward about programming and being able to continue a program or go in another direction, and the flexibility of your staff to being open to all new ideas, areas of revenue, and services to the community. I was blown away when my wife came back and told me how open everybody was to try to, you know, accommodate and to think of new ways to go forward. And so I believe you entirely when you say you've got a bunch of new ideas and things on there, because watching you and your staff operate that way is unbelievable. So thank you.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Weigel. The programs that we have for the schools, we really are working really hard to expand those, and accommodating the homeschooling program is a totally new development that we've just come up with in the last couple of weeks. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Boussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair to Verna. Thanks for the presentation, Verna. Just maybe more of just a comment. You mentioned that you were looking at opportunities for additional revenues through grants, and did you mention 35 different applications?
That's correct.
Now, is that something that was done in the past with previous?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Well, I applaud that, because I think we could do a better job, like throughout the organization and other groups looking for additional funding. So the question I do have, I guess, and I don't know if I'm off topic, but it has to do with Marine Park. Is that possible discussion now? Or just leave it for, this is just Heritage Park, not so much the other half of their operations? I'll just leave it, forget it. We'll wait.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Boussier. We really have been aggressive with our research and application for the grant process. We do have a lot of work that needs to be done to create more space for the archives, the offices, the classroom space as well. So we are really working hard to get that funding in place for that new building as well.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I almost forgot to say thank you for the good work that you are doing. I know you've heard many times today, but I've been there to see the place at your invitation, and it was a good site. And I see that you are ready, you and your team, of course. So thank you again for all that you are doing, and we're looking forward to more. The reward of good work is more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Do you have any other questions of council? I'm not seeing any. We'll now move on to recommendation. Can someone make the motion? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that $661,000 be allocated to the Fort McMurray Heritage Society under the 2023 Sustaining Grant Program.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second that motion.
And ask council again, is there any other questions or debate points? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? Seeing none opposed, that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So we're going to go. I'm just going to double check. Is there any concerns council going back to the YMCA of Northern Alberta request now that Councillor Grandison's rejoined us? So for a recap, the motions are already on the floor. And it was presented by Councillor Banjoko, seconded by Councillor Stroud. So ask for any further questions or debate points of council. Councillor Grandison.
Okay, I did have a couple of questions for the Y folks. Hi. My apologies, I had to run out to a medical appointment, making you wait. So one of my questions was, it was very difficult to tell within the budget. So there's a request for an increase because of in-house custodial staff, if memory serves. Should there not be an equal decrease in contracted services? And if there is, I couldn't see it in the budget.
Yeah, so there was an increase essentially in contract services, and you can't see the increase because we removed the custodial into the wages. So there was a significant increase in our contract maintenance due to the fact that the facility has been open for 10 years, and we have to, some of the things like our flooring in our fitness studio has to be resurfaced, additional snow maintenance in terms of the contracts have increased due to inflation, and so that's where there's been a significant increase in cost in our maintenance of the facility. You just don't see it in that line because we moved the contract cleaning into wages.
Okay, so your financial statement was a bit challenging because it's encompassing the entire, and I talked to our staff about perhaps next year making sure that we can actually see just what's in this region, so it makes it a little easier for me. And I guess another question I had is, how much money goes down the road to head office that's not actually in Fort McMurray?
10% of our expenses is allocated to the overhead or the administration that occurs in Edmonton. So that's IT, finance, payroll, HR, marketing, and asset. Much cheaper to have it sort of centralized in Edmonton than having to pay for those services separately or duplicating services, having them up in Wood Buffalo. And they actually provide those administrative services for all of our regions.
Again, it's kind of hard to figure that out with the way your financial statements look. It's really a moment again it's taken me a moment to collect my thoughts on the proposed changes of service. Was the contract service working?
Yeah, so part of the, so while they're cleaning, they're also supervising. Whereas before we would have had to have part-time staff come in during those different times. Need for rental space, it allows us to be a bit more flexible that way as well, depends just the contract cleaning.
I hope you can understand it's challenging for me to see efficiency when the cost of the contract's going up. It doesn't look quite as efficient to me.
And it's more so due to the longevity of the building and some of the increase, the boiler, the humidifier, the flooring. It's all those additional pieces that are being the additional costs on the contract maintenance, because it's a maintenance piece of that, as well as the increase for snow removal, for lawn maintenance, and those additional pieces.
What all programs are operated through that building? Can you just explain that to me? Because I don't have a real clear understanding.
So in regards to YMCA programming, so we operate our summer camps, our PD day camps, our school break camps. We operate fitness classes. We operate a creative movements class. We've recently partnered with the Alzheimer's Society to provide Minds in Motion, which is a new program. And then we mostly do rentals, and through our rentals, there's partnerships with, say, the Justin Slade Youth Foundation, where we provide them rental space for some of their programs, but they in turn then provide some support and come in and present to some of our summer camps. And then our rentals is a primary part of that, as well as we also rent part of the community center facility for our childcare center as well.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Do you have any other questions of council? I'm not seeing any, so Councillor Dogar.
Thank you very much for giving me the chance, sir. Though it was an excellent presentation, nothing pertains to you. I just want to talk about the motion which we have approved it today. It is not a very wise step. We have put the residents in inconvenience and also the administration. In future, he can talk and give a point of view. Number one, there's no doubt about it. In the end, I must appreciate the standing of.
And opposed? Not seeing it as carried unanimously. So we'll break now for 1 hour for lunch, and we'll reconvene at 1:35. Welcome back, everyone. We'll resume up next with the Fort Chipewyan Historical Society. We have Georgina Cardinal online. If you'd like to present, Georgina, plus star
Hi,
6. There you are.
I'm kind of new here. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks.
Okay. Well, I'm kind of new on this because I was kind of asked to do this in the last minute. So I think everything is there for you guys to look at because Maureen is out of town and she asked me to just call in, and if there's any questions that you should direct it to her. So I'm not sure what I'm supposed to present, except for I think she sent in all the paperwork to you guys.
Okay, the presentation material would have been everyone's CIP package. So are there any questions of the presenter? Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm assuming you don't have the answer, but I'm certainly wanting to know what grants have been applied for, what funding has been applied for, whether there's been any other sources of revenue in support of this
Not that
operation.
I know of, no. No, not that I know of. I don't think there's anything. I think it's Maureen should be the one answering these because she's the director for the museum, and I'm not sure if she has grants or anything.
Then I would recommend deferring this until such time as we can get those answers.
When would that be? Because I can give her the information, she can get back to you.
So, just give you my perspective. You know, I spoke to Verna at the Historical Society, who said that she reached out with a grant for upwards of $500,000, and there was no participation of any kind from Fort Chip. I'm not quite sure how this organization is running. So I believe there are grants federally and provincially that are available to support this. And I think those need to be explored before a budget is approved. And I certainly don't support an increase at this point in time because I don't see the value of it unless the increase is to apply for, for grants.
Okay. I'll give her the information and she can go from there, I guess.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Boussier?
Sorry, Mayor, I was going to ask the same question because we spoke about it last year, I think, Councillor Ball, and there was, I think, a suggestion that the RM or someone would help assist with any, because I think Maureen had indicated she was too busy, but I think there was assistance from the RM or other organizations to help fill those applications out. Okay.
Yes, I believe you're correct. That was the discussion last budget. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir, for giving me the chance. I want your permission to move the motion of the Fort McMurray Heritage Society under this sustained grant program.
We're the Fort McMurray Heritage Society. We already moved that already. That's already been done. We voted on, and we're not at the part of the procedure right now to move a motion for the Fort Chipewyan Historical Society yet, sir. So when that comes up, you can make that motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deanne?
Thank you, through the chair. So I just wanted to speak to Councillor Boussier's point. Administration has been working closely with the Fort Chipewyan Historical Society. We've had team members go up there from Indigenous and Rural Relations, as well as some of our CIP team, to help them work on grants. So really, they haven't applied for any yet, and this additional funding is for some part-time staff as well to work and get the artifacts in the museum in order. So this money is essentially to get this museum back in working shape. They've got their societies act in order, and they've been doing their reporting. So we, as administration, including with Dennis's team and IR, have been working really closely with them.
Thank you, Deanne. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Please wait a moment. We are connecting you now. Please note that your call may be recorded for quality and training purposes.
Okay. Thank you again, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Deanne. I just wanted to know if the Fort Chippewa Historical Society were informed that they needed to be here for this presentation.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, yes, they were, and I believe there was an emergency that came up, so there's a substitution coming in for Margaret, who is on the line. Margaret was going to be on the line, but something occurred that she's not able to be here.
Okay. So, and do we know when she can be available so that we don't just keep...
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, I believe she could be available tomorrow.
Okay. So, I think my questions show what I'm thinking, I hope. If we can just defer that and move on so that we don't keep asking the lady on the line, doesn't seem to know much.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. So these are two separate entities. We have Heritage Park Society, which is one entity, and then Fort Chip, which is a separate entity. Is there an opportunity, because we're all one region, for it to be one entity? Is that even a possibility?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, I guess anything's a possibility. At this point, the way the funding recommendation is coming forward, there are two separate entities.
But they could conceivably be. I'm asking the question just because perhaps there's an opportunity for the expertise and skill set of Heritage Park to actually transfer and be available to support Fort Chip and such, whether that expertise can be shared and funding applications can benefit both parties. It just seems that this is just kind of pay for it and it's not moving forward. And at some point in time, we have to find a way for it to evolve. That's basically where I'm coming from.
Councillor Walkman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Seeing that historical site there, you know, emergencies do come up, so I would like to really push on this because that museum is needed. If I could go ahead with the motion, I'd like to.
First, once we see if there's any other questions from council, we can move forward to that. Councillor Walkman.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions? Do we have any questions or comments from council? Councillor Benjoko, did you want to make a motion to defer or?
Right? Do we?
Oh, sorry. Councillor Walkman.
I move, sorry, Mr. Mayor. I move that $173,040 be allocated to the Fort Chippewa Historical Society under the 2023 Sustaining Grant Program.
And can I have a second for that, please? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Is there any other questions or debate points from council? Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks. I just want, I guess, I wanted to provide some debate points. I really do think that it's under budget, to be honest. I mean, I'd like to recommend that, you know, giving them the 201,000 instead of the 7173, because of the fact that there needs to be some work done to the areas, as well as, you know, more protection and more more support when it comes to just Maureen running the office. I know the whole operation that goes there, and Maureen does a wonderful job. She's overworked, and I think that some more funds need to be given to the Historical Society, just because of the fact that she's the only employee there, as far as I know. And, they have a board as well, but I think to upgrade the oldest community in Alberta to be able to help assist with the Historical Society, I think that would be a really high recommendation on my behalf. And I would strongly and support something like that when it comes to that. I know that it's in our budget, and I really think they've always asked for the minimal amount, and that's very priceless when it comes to something like that, especially when hard work is put in by Maureen. I really would like to give them the 201,000, if that's possible. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair. I guess I got a couple questions. Not historically. Who, as an entity, whether it be municipality, provincial government, federal government, who usually runs a historic site, like in Calgary, who would run Fort Calgary or the Calgary Heritage, area? Is that always a separate entity, or is that usually brought on by taken responsibility by the province or the municipality?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I think there's a variety of things that happen. Often grants are provided through the municipality, the province, and the federal government. So there is access for that heritage piece through different levels of government.
Is it unwarranted or not, I guess, not our way, kind of backing on to what Councillor Grandison said, is it inappropriate for us to I guess force is the wrong word. We can offer our ability, but with what Councillor Cardinal is saying, if it needs to be built up and it needs to be rebuilt, I think heritage is important. But at the same time, I think Ms. Murphy came here showing that there was multiple grants available. How do we make sure that grant funding is applied for and gone through? In my opinion, I want to support Fort Chip. It's one of the first settlements in Alberta, and I want to protect that. At the same time, I think that there's other ways that the funding can come through, so we're not supporting it entirely, but also probably could even make it better than the money that we have to supply it. And so I don't know the proper action of saying, hey, we'd love to help you at this point. Conditions for next year, and we have available resources. These are the resources that we have that we can support you to do that, because I do believe that it is part of the municipality's also responsibility to provide the resources for a heritage site to be able to go. And so I didn't know if that would normally land on the province or the municipality, but it's part of our municipality and part of our heritage. And so I don't know if that kind of comment or question makes sense.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I think it makes perfect sense, and I think the piece where you've captured the heritage is important. So from the municipality's perspective or from administration's perspective, we really want this to be successful. I also hear what Councillor Grandison's saying when there's other grants available. So what administration's been doing is really helping to work to build capacity, because that's what's missing there right now for this success, is the capacity to understand what needs to happen. So Dennis's team has been excellent at providing that support, and I do believe that in 2023, we'll be able to get them access to more grants. There was some cleanup that needed to happen that has happened in 2022. Mm-hmm. So I think that, funding from the municipality will help get them to the next step where they can actually start applying and be eligible for other levels of government grants.
Awesome. I was going to ask it from a couple of the other entities that came up today. But as a municipality, do we have grant writers? So for Dennis's team at IRR, would he have a grant writer that would support areas like the Fort Chippewa Heritage Study that would come under his jurisdiction? We might be able to pay a salary or a certain amount, say half a salary towards somebody who's paying a grant writing, but could save us $150,000, $300,000 on the other side because we're receiving the grants. To me, that's kind of how economic development kind of runs theirs, is that we have a separate entity so we can get the grant funding. Do we look at stuff like that in areas within I think ours is probably the best one, but different areas where we can support that might cost us less money because we can get other people more money that they're just going to survive. We're not going to get rid of the Heritage Society. You know, that's just not something, but I know that we don't own it as well.
So through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I'll jump in, and then my colleague Dennis has joined me as well. So as far as grant writing goes, we do have a partnership with Fuse Social for researching for grants. So we reach out and go, here's the situation. We send organizations over to them. We don't have grant writers on staff per se, but we have sort of experts in the field that assist and coach and help people along to be successful in getting grants. And part of that is working with Dennis's team, and I'll let him expand on that.
Councillor Weigel. Just maybe perhaps a couple different trains of thought. No, I do not have a grant writer, but we do work with our rural communities very closely, in particular Fort Chip. And I've been to the museum many, many times. And it's the only facility up there that kind of safe houses everything that's happened in Fort Chippewa since 1788. Now, whenever we do something, we usually try to align it with either the strat plan, the TRC, different things like that. Now, I've done some research into heritage and what has been done around here, what hasn't been done, and it aligns with call to action number 79, where it states that the municipality's reconciliation efforts align with call to action 79 regarding arts, heritage, culture, commemoration. And so there is a mechanism for us to become involved with them. Now, having said that, there are different levels of government, be it federal, be it provincial when it comes to heritage, as well as municipalities and territorial governments. But it also mentions in the TRC that some of these lines need to be blurred and not just, this is a federal responsibility, this is a provincial responsibility. We also, as a municipality, have a role to play in that.
Thank you, Dennis. I appreciate that. And I actually really appreciate that view because I 100% agree. And that's, why I believe that we need to be the first one to step up to the plate with the money and to be able to say, hey, we're ready to support this, and how do we support it going forward from other areas? Because I do agree. I think we do need to step up to the plate first, and as it is our region and our people, and and we need to support them. So I think that's great. I appreciate you coming up and saying that, Dennis.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Weigel, and I think all one has to do is take a look at Fort Chippewa, the oldest community in Alberta, and some of the history around there, and recent events with the burning, the fire in the church, the priest's house. Now, they were landmarks. Anytime you come in through the water, you flew in there, you saw these facilities that have been there for decades. And now you fly in there, or you come in there in the water, they're no longer there. There's big bare spots. And it's a real loss to the community. It's a real loss to the region. And these are the things that happen. Now, fast forward that, I don't know how many people have ever been to the museum there. And the history that's there with the culture, the Métis people that came there with the fur trade. And it's astounding on what's there. And it needs to be better protected. It needs to be better managed. And it needs some expertise.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through to the chair. The largest item on here that is not being funded is the souvenir craft supplies for $11,000. Is there a reason that it cannot be put through on this sustaining grant, Deanne? That's the largest portion.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud. So the administrative recommendation is 80% of the total funding, because that's how the policy reads, that we can approve up to 80% of the total funding. So what administration has done is taken their budget and put that funding towards it in the requests that they have.
Okay, so what you're saying is on their total grant application of 201, it was 80% rather than, because I noticed that you didn't fund the 11,000.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, so the $173,040 is 80% of the
Of
total operating.
201.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And that's what we're working with.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, that's the policy. So that's the that's
we
council's
go.
policy, and we
Yep.
bring that recommendation forward based on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Cardinal?
Through the chair to, I guess, the presenters. Thanks for the comments. Enhancing the ability to protect our Fort Chippewa's Historical Society, not only the landmarks, and I had suggested, I just want to be, I would like to go through the mayor, through the mayor from me, making sure that our testament is there, like Dennis had said, when it comes to protecting our historic ties to the community. Fencing, managing, providing more success to rebuilding the foundation in Fort Chippewa. Fencing needs to be done, signage where, there's, just those kind of things that really need to be upgraded in Fort Chippewa. A fence really needs to be put around a historical site. No more building is to be around that area. That needs to be protected, and that needs to be done. And I don't know. I just feel that I needed to say something like that because I just feel that the amount is the same every year. And Maureen's such a beautiful, kind person, and she just, she works tirelessly to be able to do that, and I really believe that we can give them the 201,000. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Grandison?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Just a couple of things. First and foremost, I have absolutely no reservations of the municipality's responsibility to Fort Chip Historical Society or any of the comments that are made. My issue is whether the feds and the province is doing their part. That's my issue. It's not whether the municipality is doing theirs. It's whether the other layers of government are doing theirs. It can't all be put on the responsibility of the municipality when there's other areas of governments that have a responsibility. That's where I have an issue. Having said that, I absolutely appreciate the comments made by administration. You clarified it indirectly, Deanne. They had paperwork they had to clear up in order to qualify for these grants, I believe is what you said.
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, that's correct. There's the board, some things needed to just be updated so that they could move forward and get funding from other levels of government.
That basically is the answer I was looking for, was that they're now in a position where they can apply for and receive grants, which then allows the things you're talking about, Councillor Cardinal, to actually happen and stuff, that the site is protected, the environment is protected, the intent is protected of the historical values. It's just a shared responsibilities through all different layers of government. If we don't apply for these grants, it's always going to be on the back of the municipality, and it's not the municipality's sole responsibility. That's where my issue is. No place else. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Benjogo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to confirm if you've referred to the policy about this grant. So it's 80% maximum under this policy, and if we were to do anything, we would have to go back to the policy first. Can you confirm that?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, administration can recommend up to 80% of the funding, and there's a section in the policy, I believe it's 3.3.3, that council can recommend and approve over and above what the policy says. But administration can only bring forward a recommendation based on clearly what the policy is. Council can choose to do something different than the administrative recommendation.
Thank you. So my second question is to the Fort Chippewa Historical Society. I don't know if the lady on the line can answer this question. I want to believe it will be difficult for her to tell us how, if they will be able to operate and take off with the 173,000 or not.
I can't really answer that question because I'm not the director there. I'm just a board member, so I'm not sure if they would. I think this question should be directed to Maureen Clark.
So.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Majoko. Councilor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. This is probably just some clarification for Councilor Grandison. You speak to responsibilities, federal responsibility, provincial responsibilities. I don't know that that's the right terminology. I think it's maybe opportunities. I don't know that they're responsible to the facility, but there's potentially an opportunity for us to apply for grants and get those grants. I believe those can be either denied or approved, so it's more of an opportunity than a responsibility. That being said, it sounds like we're in line to apply for those opportunities for the next budget season, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, that's correct. We're working to stand this organization up so they have the capacity to be able to operate and reach out, and the partnership with the Fort McMurray Historical Society could be a way of leaning in to help them understand how that's operated and how they can get some wins for that in their community. And
that has taken us basically a full year to get to that point so that we can move forward, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, that's correct.
Okay. I mean, I've been to the Fort Chip Museum many times. It's an awesome place. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Cardinal.
I wanted to just, how many times have, I guess the federal funding, provincial funding, whether or not they've been applied for or if they've got assistance, I'm not sure. Maybe who's on the line there? Is that Georgina? Okay, I don't know if she would know if how many years has there been any applications for federal or provincial government grants?
I'm not sure. It might have been when Oliver was there. Way back, but I'm not sure about Maureen and stuff because she's been really busy and by herself. Like she works on her own, and she has a part-time now that steps in every now and then when she's away on medical or whatever. But she's there most of the time, so it's kind of hard for her to probably do all that.
Thank you. I was just thinking, like, if funding was provided to be able to have a grant writer to get to these for the additional funds that I'm requesting, if you have those, allocated for specifically for a grant writer, I'll tell you what. I bet you that Alan's requests are for provincial and federal government, providing funds for the next year. I think that would probably be a big goal for us to be able to set an assistance with them, because at this point it's been us, and it's been us, and it's been us. So how do we help them? Because it might just continue to be us again and us again, because Maureen is there and she needs help, and providing that funds for a grant writer. Let's say in 3 years they get, $500,000 from the feds and the provincial government to be able to help protect the site, the historical documents, all that kind of stuff. Like, you know what I mean? We don't want something else to happen to another historic building in Fort Chipewyan. So how do we protect it? How do we get the proper stuff to have those security facilities and requirements in place?
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. I appreciate all the information given. I think there's a huge passion here. I think there's a huge passion in Fort Chipewyan. I did have the ability to see those two buildings before they burnt down, and I think it'd miss for us not to protect every part of culture we have up there right now. I fully support and think that we should move forward with the full funding as Councillor Cardinal has directed. I believe that there's both the IR and our relationship with Few Social shows that there is a path forward for grant funding. I believe the rest of the conversation is already being taken care of in what we're talking about. So I propose that we just move forward.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Walkman, would you like to withdraw your motion? And Councillor Cardinal, you had mentioned you wanted to make the motion for the other amount. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'll withdraw my motion of the 173,040.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Cardinal, did you want to make an amended motion? Yeah, make a new motion of the amended amount.
I move that $201,000 and $800 be allocated to the Fort Chipewyan Historical Society under the 2023 Sustaining Grant Program.
Thank you. Someone second that motion? Councillor Walkman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second that motion.
Thank you. Any comments or debate points of council? I'm not seeing any. So as far as the new motion goes, I think I've spent a lot of time at Fort Chipewyan Museum and many hours upstairs with Oliver telling me the stories and showing me books. So I think it would be a travesty if anything did happen to that facility. But also I believe it lines up with our strategic plan. So I think I'd definitely be in support of this, but also with the understanding that Dennis and IRR would work with Maureen and the staff to apply for funding, because we've seen what Verna's done with Fort McMurray Heritage Society here and the funding that's available. And I'm sure being the oldest place in Alberta, there's definitely a lot of funding out there that we could probably get and double this amount for the future. So I'd definitely be in support of that. So if I see no questions or comments from council, we'll call for a vote. Councillor McGrath, Councillor McGrath, did you hear that motion of Councillor Cardinal? Councillor McGrath, you online?
Sorry, Mayor Bowman. I think I struck a tower, but no, I got some bounce here.
Okay, did you hear Councillor Cardinal's motion?
I think he amended the request back to the original amount. Would that be correct? I think it's a 201 or something like that.
Yes, that's correct. Okay, so we'll call for a vote. All in favor? And any opposed? That's carried with one opposed. Up next is Fort McMurray Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. I'd like to invite Natalie Kemney, Executive Director, and Melanie Schneider, Finance Manager, to present.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. My name is Katie Walker, and I am the Board Chair of the Fort McMurray SPCA. I am appearing virtually along with Melanie Schneider, our Finance Manager. Our Executive Director is unavailable today due to unforeseen illness, and as such, I am here to present on Ms. Kemney's behalf. The Fort McMurray SPCA 2023 grant request is for $989,059. We are asking for an increase in funding for animal control transferred animals as a result of the significant increase in animal intake that we have experienced in 2022 compared to 2021. In 2021, we cared for 255 dogs, 254 cats, and 8 exotic animals, bringing the total to 517 animals. The average length of stay per animal was 41 days. With respect to staffing, in 2021, we had 6 full-time positions that were funded by the grant, and we had 4 cost-sharing positions. As of November 24th, 2022, we have cared for 352 dogs, 243 cats, and 9 exotic animals, bringing the total to 604 animals, which is a 31% increase in dogs and a 10% increase in cats. After the renovations that were completed to the Fort McMurray SPCA, it increased our capacity to care for additional animals from 70 to 138. The renovations allowed us to add 21 more kennels for dogs, 23 cat kennels, 20 kitten kennels, and 4 additional care kennels. We are currently caring for 105 animals that are in shelter today and 13 animals that are currently in foster homes. The average length of stay per animal has also increased to 49.6 days. The length of stay has increased due to animals requiring additional medical care outside of the routine spay and neuter. These medical procedures include dozens of required dental surgeries, several amputations, increase in skin disease, and we are also seeking an increase in animals that lack proper socialization. There are hundreds of animals that have been transferred into our care that are timid, fearful, and have had little to no interaction with other animals, making them much more difficult to adopt. Humane Canada has classified these under-socialized animals across the country as pandemic dogs. In addition to our qualified team of care coordinators, we have had to also hire professional dog trainers to assist with the enrichment programs to help under-socialized dogs. Further, the costs in 2022 have increased for dog and cat food from suppliers by 16%. The cost for cleaning supplies has increased by 7%, and the cost for medical supplies has increased by 8%. To care for the increase of animals, the current number of employees under this grant request is 7 full-time positions, 1 part-time position, and 9 cost-sharing positions, one of which includes a full-time veterinarian that we have just hired on staff. We have also seen an increase in our program requests. ASH, the Animal Safe Haven program, offers a safe place for someone's animal if they're fleeing domestic violence, if they have become homeless, if they're receiving treatment for addiction or require hospitalization for emergency medical treatment. We provide these animals a safe haven, we spay and neuter their animal if necessary, and provide up-to-date vaccinations while they're in our care. The animals can stay in our care for up to 40 days. To date, we have cared for 10 dogs compared to 7 that we had in our care in 2021. The Fort McMurray SPCA will never ask anyone to wait or decline a request for our ASH program. This program is needed now more than ever, and we will continue to ensure that anyone that requires this program will be able to use it. In 2022, as part of the NAME program, the Northern Animal Management and Education Program, we visited Fort Chipewyan and John VA to provide wellness care to over 100 animals. These clinics provide health checks, vaccinations, and microchips to owned animals at no charge to the animal's owner. These clinics are imperative to ensure animals stay healthy and control the spread of diseases in our communities. In October 2022, we hired a full-time veterinarian. Having a veterinarian on site will decrease the wait time for surgeries, reduce the cost for spay and neuter, and also allow us to plan on additional wellness and spay and neuter clinics in our region to reduce the number of unwanted animals. In summary, we are requesting an additional $285,059 from last year to help offset the increased costs and the increase in volume of animals that are coming in through animal control. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council? Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. So we have one veterinary doctor or additional?
No, we've hired one veterinarian, Dr. Matthew, who just started in October of this year.
So that's the only doctor?
That's the only vet that we have on staff, yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I think that clearly explains the increase, I guess.
Yes, it's mainly as a result of the increase in number of animal control animals that we're seeing in 2022.
Yeah, and I totally support that we need a veterinary doctor on site, on ground, given the wait time and information from the community, and I hope this will impact the wait time, just like you said, at least ease it a little bit. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Councilor Cardinal?
Sorry. I just question through the chair to the presenter. Thanks for your presentation. I guess there's a rise, well, of course there's a rise in the request. That would be the salary for the full-time veterinarian, as well as I guess I've noticed that there's a lot more supports going out to rural communities, and I've noticed that, and I just wanted to say, you know, I appreciate all that through the rural communities, because rural communities are are growing. The rural communities are growing, of course, from the support of us, whether it may be construction or whatever, but also the dogs are, there's becoming more dogs, so more dogs means more work. So I just wanted to say it's justifying the request that you're doing, so I just wanted to say thank you, and thank you for all you do, and thank you for your presentation. Am I talking too close? No? Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Walkman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I just have a question on the vets. I know you guys go to rural communities. Would the vet be going as well?
Yes. There was recently a wellness clinic that occurred a couple of months ago, I believe in Fort McKay. And the veterinarian, two veterinarians actually, Dr. Fielding from Northern Veterinarian Clinic, she also attended. And our vet, Dr. Matthew, they both went there to assist.
Would they be doing the same services as they would in like the SPCA or in a veterinary clinic?
I can speak to that, Katie, since I was there. So we were just in Janvier. So what we did is we went down and we vaccinated animals. We are seeing a rise of parvo within all the communities. So we're trying to get out there and vaccinate as much animals as we can. We also microchip them. So that will allow us to reunite them with their owners. Also, we do have a vet on staff to answer any questions that may come up from the owners.
Okay, thank you. If it's okay, I'd like to move with the motion.
If no other councillors have any questions. I'm not seeing any, so go ahead, Councillor Walkman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that $989,059 be allocated to the Fort McMurray Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals under the 2023 Sustaining Grant Program.
And could I have a second for that motion? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second that motion.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or debate points from council? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Councillor McGrath? I think you might be on mute.
In favor?
Thank you, sir. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Up next, we have Keano College. I'd like to invite Jay Note, President and Chief Executive Officer, and Alan Roberts, Director, Keano Theatre and Arts Center, to present, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing Keano College to present to you today. And for the record, I am Jay Note. I'm the President and CEO of Keano College. And joining me today is Alan Roberts, who's our Director of the Keano Theatre and Arts Center. Today, I'm just going to focus on this one slide, which summarizes our total request to Council this year. Now, on the surface, it looks like this request is significantly more than what was approved by Council last year by $166,275. However, this year's request to council is different in that it's broken down in two separate items. The first, which is similar to last year, we are requesting support from council to support arts and culture programming at the Keano Theatre for the next fiscal year. So it should be noted that the request this year for our theatre operations is $8,725 less than last year's request, for a total of $550,890. Last year, council approved $559,615 for a similar request. The second item is why there's an increase compared to last year. Now, if you recall, last year we identified to council that the current model of Keano College taking a leadership role in providing arts and culture programs and services within our community was not sustainable and is outside of the mandate of the college, given that we have not offered arts and culture programming for several years. Now, as promised last year, I did engage with community stakeholders to determine possible community-based solutions going forward, and some of those stakeholders are in our gallery today that are supporting this request, and one delegate presented on our behalf earlier today. Now, through these consultations, it was recommended that we conduct a theater business plan study. And this study was designed will be designed to formally engage relevant stakeholders in our community to determine, what are the needs for arts and culture programming and services in our community, who can take a leadership role in providing those programs and services, and what's Keano's role in a supportive manner so that the community can still access our resources physically located on our campus. So we are seeking a community-based solution where Keano no longer is taking a leadership role in providing these services, but be part of the solution. We are requesting $175,000 for this portion of our total request this year, because an initiative as important as this cannot be accomplished off of someone's side of their desk effectively. So one thing I want to be very clear on is that Keano is not looking at stepping away from playing a role in providing arts and culture programming in our community. We just cannot continue to take the leadership role. And our goal is to study, our goal in this study is that it should be completed within 6 to 8 months' time, and we anticipate presenting these results to council in around that time. So in summary, our total request of $725,890 includes two separate items. $550,894 maintaining our theater operations for our community for another year, which is approximately $8,800 less than last year's ask, and $175,000 for a theater business study plan to provide a community-based solution and recommendations in terms of what arts and programming should be in our region. So with that, I want to thank you all for giving us an opportunity to share our thoughts with you, and we're open to questions.
Thank you, Jay. And I want to start out by commending you on dropping your request by over $8,000 this year. You're the second person to actually drop the request today, so it's good to see being financially responsible. I also want to remind council that earlier today we had the presentation from Leanna Wilden, the Arts Council of Buffalo, and that was the request for the $175,000 for the theater business plan study that Mr. Note is referring to, just for a reminder. So if you have any questions from council, I'm sure he would like to take them now. Councilor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation. And of course, thank you for dropping the budget a little bit, the ask a little bit. So my question is the $175,000, what is the study comprised of? What is the cost element that amounts to $175,000?
Through the chair to Councillor Bojanko, the $175,000 includes the salary for the lead facilitator on this. earmarked at about $95,000 for that position to run this program over the year. Then there's also additional funds to assist with the engagement, the marketing, the printing, and all the other support sides to that. And the college, on top of that, is also going to be providing space and resources within the college for that as part of our in-kind portion.
Okay, thank you. Am I hearing that it's going to be 100% local spend, the 175,000? Is it going to be locally spent, the 175,000?
That's the intent, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Banjoko. Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation. So, are you looking to have community involvement in the theater, which could lead to a nonprofit running the theater in the future? Is that part of your plan?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, yes. I mean, that's the intent. The whole point of the study is what makes sense for our community, and we're hoping for recommendation solutions which include the model. Now, yes, if we can get, a nonprofit, local independent organization to do this, I've heard a lot of comments about grant funding and so forth. Actually, in that situation, we could even support in some more grant funding and be eligible to that type of grant funding, which currently in the current model we cannot. Mm-hmm. So we hope that this study can reveal all of those opportunities and, of course, the challenges that we have to deal with. But again, this study is important for us to take the next step, and hopefully also included in the study is the transition plan. Right, so that we're just not leaving arts and culture, with a gap, right? We want to make sure that we're providing those services in a seamless manner.
Yes, arts and culture are very important to our community, and I think getting the buy-in from the community itself would make it, quite successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir, to the chair. Thank you, sir, for the presentation. It is a nice, informative presentation. I appreciate your original budget being reducing from the last year. That is good enough, and the additional that you have asked, 175,000 for the leadership role of art and culture, is certainly innovative and would give more opportunities to the region. For more stakeholders to join, and probably it would be a good effort on your part. Wish you best of luck, best of success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Do you have any other questions of council? Not seeing any. Can I get someone now to move on to the recommendation to make the motion? Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that $725,890, excuse me, be allocated to Keanu College under the 2023 Sustaining Grant Program.
Thank you. Can I have someone second the motion? Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second the motion.
Thank you. And I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Councillor McGrath, you online?
For?
Thank you, sir. That's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Jay. Up next is McMurray Snowdrifter Snowmobile Association. I'd like to invite Karen Downey, Executive Assistant, to present.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to come in today and represent the McMurray Snowdrifters as we present our our budget and our request for the additional $70,000 today. A little bit about myself. So my name is Karen. I've worked with the club for 3 years now. I've been a member of the Snowdrifters for probably 10 or more years. So heavily involved as a volunteer. And then when this position became available, I stepped up to assist in some office duties, and here I am today. So Snowdrifters is just going into our 29th season. So on December 13th, 1993 is when the club was formed. So we are almost at our 30-year anniversary next year. So as you can see, in 2023 increase of $70,000 is due to trail safety improvements that are required and a need for increased office support. The trail safety improvements, just an explanation, is a large portion of the trail system is now less than 3 meters wide due to an overgrowth that hasn't been maintained in several years. Our recommended trail width is 5 meters. Office support, historically wages for staff, one staff member, which is myself, have never been included in the grant request. It was covered through our fundraising money, and that money should go towards expenses that are not covered through the grant. Revenue this year, $96,500. Our total expenses, $292,260. The subsidy request, our grant is for $195,760, which is 67% of our total expense. You're going to see an unrestricted net asset of $119, and I can just go into some detail on what that is for, if I may. So facilities are above the grant request, are outside of the grant request. We have 32 fire pit shelters that we maintain. We have 8 washroom facilities. We have a garage. All of these things are going to be needing some revamp, I guess, this year. So the 119 in unrestricted net asset is directly going to go there, and has also been earmarked for 5 cabins that we're going through the approval process right now with Parks and Lands Management. As you can see in the slide, wages is $41,400. We've asked for $37,260 from the RMWB. The program costs $140. Overhead $110,860, and we're requesting $18,500 for a total expense of $292, and we're requesting $195,760 from the grant. In summary, we've had several new board members this year join our team. We're focused on member and community engagement with a common goal to improve our trail system. There's many highlights here, but one of them is safety. We have some ravines on our Thickwood Trail, and we have a need to increase trail signage throughout our 300 kilometers. Our trail expansion, we have a lot of industry that we work with in our Tara Road area. That's our Thickwood Trail. We need to do an expansion there, or we'd like to do an expansion there to try and avoid some of the industry that's going to be happening there in the next 5 to 10 years. As I mentioned, we have shelters and some woodsheds that need to be repaired, the construction of cabins, promote club support from all local snowmobile riders. I can go into that if needed. We only have a base of about 500, approximately 500 members. As we all can imagine, there's probably several thousand snowmobile riders in the city, so we're hoping to do some communication and education, why it's important to support our club, and hopefully increase that membership this year. And then we also focus on helping Parks and Road Services with parade marshalling, winter play, and any other events that are needed. That's it.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of council? Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. It was awesome. I just want to commend the club on the services that they provide for this community. I know that if the municipality had to take on the cost of grooming those trails, preparing those trails, making sure that they're safe, and the cost would come at a lot larger cost than what you guys are asking for. And for the value that it brings for the whole community, I hope that the club, like you said, that the memberships go skyrocket this year and go through. I love the fact that you're coming forward for safety reasons, making sure that everybody's staying safe out there and going through. And then we'll be able to save money on local EMS and hero services that way. And so I just want to commend you guys on what you're doing, coming forward and getting this done. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Ball.
Thank you through the chair to Ms. Downey. We've seen each other on the trail, so I'm certainly a rider. I think lots of people know that about me. But I want to echo Councillor Weigel's comments. Imagine that, a volunteer group that looks after over 300 kilometers of trail. That's insane. I don't think we have 300 kilometers worth of trail in town here that our own administration looks after. So you're to be commended on that. And I believe they've been in, you can correct me if I'm wrong, 29 years?
Yes, we're going into our 29th season.
29
correct.
years of doing this,
Mhm.
where we have other groups that come to us and ask us to provide them trails. This group has gone out and done it all on their own. So I certainly support this request, and I wish you all the luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mine is also a comment. I actually didn't know everybody noticed the outlay of your presentation and the due diligence, and also even the asks were very reasonable. I see that you're also doing all you can in terms of trying to get sponsorship, raffles, and other little every amount, and is accounted for, and all is going towards to continue to give these services. I saw grants from Concord, though it's little, but something came in. So just to comment that you at least are making the efforts, and I see the salaries and benefits, and I can't even complain. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko.
If I may add, I'll just provide a little bit of background that the ASA is our partnership or our parent organization. So we advocate for snowmobile usage locally, and then the Alberta Snowmobile Association advocates for snowmobile usage at a provincial level. So when the opportunity presents itself, we do apply for grants all the time. So in this operating season, I believe it was March, we received $10,810 of a grant from the ASA. There is another grant opportunity that just came before my desk, I believe yesterday, so I will be applying for that. So when those grants are available, we do ask for them.
Thank you. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through to the chair. Thank you for your presentation and all the work that you folks do as a nonprofit. It's enormous. I was just wondering, how far are the trails going out? I know they go past Anzac now, right?
Yeah, so the Anzac Trail, and then we have a connector trail, and that'll loop you into Stony Mountain Loop, so which is about 30 kilometers south of town. There's a Stony Mountain access road, and there's a whole loop up there, which is about 80 kilometers, just on that loop.
So there Stony Mountain Road, or Stony Mountain.
Yes, I wish I could have included a map in my presentation, but we do have a north section and we have a south section. So when you combine them, they are about 300 kilometers that we would maintaining. And as Councillor Ball said, and Councillor Weigel, this is on 100% volunteer.
I know.
And it's a lot of work. So thank you for recognizing that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of council? I'm not seeing any, so would someone now move on to the recommendation? Could someone make the motion? Councillor Weigel?
I move that $195,760 be allocated to the McMurray Snowdrifters Snowmobile Association under the 2023 Sustaining Grant Program.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Can I have someone second the motion? Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of council or debate points? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Councilor McGrath?
For?
Thank you, sir. Any opposed? Not seeing it, it's carried unanimously. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 8.1, the 2023 proposed community impact grant, community programs and project stream allocation. I'd like to invite Deanne Berge to remain seated. Community and Protective Services to introduce the proposed grant allocation. Councillor Walkwin?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to exclude due to conflict of interest. For 8 and 9, sorry.
Okay, thank you. One here, this one.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'm presenting the 2023 Community Impact Grant, Community Programs and Projects Administrative Recommendations. This grant provides funding to registered nonprofit organizations that meet community needs and contribute to achieving the goals identified in Council's Strategic Plan 2022 to 2025. 46 applications were received and 38 met the funding criteria in the Community Investment Program Policy FIN 220 and the Community Impact Grant Guidelines. The administrative recommendation is that $2,306,872 be allocated as outlined in Attachment 1, dated November 29th, 2022. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Does council have any questions for Deanne? Do we have any delegates to this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We have a number of registered delegates for the item.
I'd like to invite Mohammed Al-Dabi, Yemeni Canadian Association, to present. And just as if you just say your name for the record, as well as you have 5 minutes to present, and then just remain seated for questions, please.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Mohammed Al-Dabi. I'm the spokesman for the Fort McMurray Yemeni Canadian Association. And to my left here is Yasser, and he is the president of the Fort McMurray Yemeni Association. The Fort McMurray Yemeni Association is committed to help the community members arranging events for families and children, take an active part in arranging sports activities to promote the health and to promote the health style, helping newcomers with all basic needs to settle down in the new current community of Fort McMurray. The community is focusing on three major important points. Number one, they promote women and children from the Yemeni community to integrate with the Canadian society. Number two, to preserve the culture, heritage, language, sports, or I should say traditional sports, arts, music, dancing, and social values of the Yemeni community. Promote women and children education and activities. The Fort McMurray Yemeni Canadian Association has been granted and approved for $20,000, but they would like to get the full amount of $80,000, and just to help them to continue perform and with all the expenses that they have in the application.
Thank you, Mohammed. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Dogar.
Sir, thank you very much. Thank you, Mohammed, for the nice presentation. What I know about you, you are a very vibrant man in the community.
Thank you.
You help each other, you look after each other, and I hope you are successful and you better with the grant given to you. Thank you very much. In the next time, I shall, please give me a time. I would like to see your organization also. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'd like to invite everyone to come over and participate in our activities in the future.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Do you have any other questions of council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you for your presentation, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Rolando Insuna and Justin Hermit, Char Métis Nation, online.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to present as a representative of the Charred Métis Nation. My name is Rolando Nzunza. I'm the Director of Consultation for the Charred Métis Nation. Justin's unable to join us today. He's the CEO of the Charred Métis Nation as well. On November 10th, we were informed that our application for both the Community Impact Grant, the Community Programs and Project Streams, and the New Event Stream had been denied. The decision was based on a question regarding unrestricted net assets in excess of our annual operating expenses. Subsequently, as per the advice of administration working on the Community Partnerships and Initiative portfolio, we provided on November 22nd what administration deemed sufficient proof that Charred Métis Nation meets the financial requirements of the two grants, that is the Community Programs and Project Stream and the New Event Stream. The subsequent backup we provided included a letter from our auditor at M&P indicating that we had several silos of internally restricted funds. These funds cover various programs we currently are anticipating delivering to the community, including housing, an elder care program, medical transportation, salaried staff positions, and more. Today we're presented because we're informed that although the backup letter from the auditor was sufficient to prove Charred Métis meets the financial requirements for the grants, we were told it was too late to change anything that went to council and the public. So originally our application was denied. We're simply asking that council reconsider the decision and approve the funding applications for the Community Impact Grant, totaling $119,819.25. Again, this request is based on the as informed by administration, having provided sufficient evidence to meet the program requirements. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Rolando. And do we have any questions from council? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and to administration. So Deanne, have you received that information and has it been verified?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, we have received the letter, yes.
And would it change the recommendations?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, if we would have received that information when the application was put in, it would have changed the recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Are there any other questions, council? Councillor Cardinal.
So this through the chair to Deanne. So then so if the letter came in on time, that would mean we'd recommend grant funding, right?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, the reason that the funding wasn't accepted by administration is because their unrestricted net assets were more than their total expenses. So given that the letter has come in stating what the unrestricted is, we would have approved it. Had we had that information at the time it was due.
So I guess this one's through the chair to the presenter, Rolando. So why wasn't it on time again? Sorry, I missed that part. I mean, why didn't you include, I know, what's the question I'm asking here? Why Yeah. Can you help me out there?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I will. So why was the information received that was rather than what was given now?
Yes.
That was clear.
To Rolando.
The question is if Rolando understands the question.
Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, we were informed November 10th that this was the decision, so we didn't appreciate that was a requirement. So when we were made aware of the requirement to define what those extra income was that was undesignated, we moved as quickly as we could to get that through our council and then get it through to our auditors to get the letter then to RMWB. So we moved as quickly as we could after we found out that was a requirement after we submitted our application.
So I guess it's on your part there. I believe that there might be a little bit more work that needs to be specific to the actual grant if it wasn't put in properly. I mean, I understand that that it was missed, and so moving forward, I really hope that it could be on time next time.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, I appreciate what you're saying. We certainly learn how to, cross the T's and dot the I's. We did submit our original application on time, and when we learned that that it wasn't that the information that we presented didn't present us in a favorable way, we moved to provide additional backup.
Yes, sorry. Deanne could speak for me again. I misworded that. Sorry, man. I didn't. No offense there. Sorry about that.
Through the chair, to the chair, I just wanted to state that on the application, there's a question that says, are your unrestricted net assets more than your total expenses? So that is a question that's clearly laid out in the application.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Good.
Thanks.
Councillor Grandison.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, I don't really have a question, Rolando. I just want to say hi. I haven't seen you in years.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Do we have any other, Councillor Cardinal?
I'd like to recommend that we
Councillor Cardinal, I think we're going to work on the recommendations, whatever, at the end. There's a portion for that if you want to change any of these.
Okay. All right.
And I'm guessing what you're going to say. Do you have any other questions for Orlando or Deanna? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Orlando.
Thank you.
Next up, Coralie Sam Roden and Charity Wiley, Pets and Wellness Society.
Hi there. Good afternoon, Your Worship and Regional Council. Charity is unable to join me at this time, but for the record, my name is Coralie Sam Roden, and I'm the president of the Pets and Wellness Society of Wood Buffalo, or PAWS, and I've been a member for 15 years. PAWS is a nonprofit society that has been a program in the community for over 30 years and was registered as its own society officially in 2019. You will find our application on page 2430 in your package. We currently have 41 active teams in the region and recruit new teams annually. A team is a human handler and their dog or cat. Prior to COVID, PAWS was the largest pet therapy program in Alberta, helping and promoting the region in a positive way. In the past 7 months, even with the slow start after COVID and not all venues ready to accept visits, over 1,690 people have already been impacted by pet therapy visits. PAWS continues to grow in the region, visiting several communities, including rural communities like Anzac and Fort McKay. The impact of pause is widespread across many venues, including Alberta Health Services facilities like Willow Square, the hospital, and outreach services, many schools, Keano, community events, and the airport, to name a few. Our venues are our partners in pet therapy delivery. I'm here today to ask that Regional Council consider the amount recommended by the Community Investment Program. In reviewing the recommended CIP budget amounts, our organization discovered that we were not being recommended for the wages for the executive director, which we've been receiving for the past 2 years. Upon reaching out to CIP staff, it was discovered that the team suggested the executive director of an organization would be administrative cost. CIP defines an executive director as a person who oversees operations of many projects within one organization, therefore not program specific. I haven't been able to find this definition in the application process. For the past 2 years, PAWS has used the title Program Manager and received funding for this position. For the 2023 request, 2 positions were combined, the venue coordinator, venue volunteer coordinator, and the program manager, to streamline the ability for teams and venues to schedule visits. This title was used for these positions as executive director. The current funding for this position has been rejected in its full capacity, and the overall recommendation is less than 50% of the requested amount, largely due to that salary. We were unaware that a name change would result in the disqualification of wages, although the function of the position, no matter what the name, remains the same. The executive director or program manager is a centralized contact for all pet therapy programming, volunteer communications, and venue coordination. A loss of this funding would be detrimental to this program. The term executive director is used to define a position as a person who manages operations. A program manager is also defined as a person who manages a program. These 2 titles are used interchangeably, sometimes in the nonprofit societies. We do have supporting documentations regarding the progression of the CIP grant requests. In each of these applications, our funding was received for the program manager and venue coordinator positions. In 2021, we received $10,800, and in 2022, $10,005 for those 2 positions combined. The request for 2023 is $8,100 for the executive director, who has assumed the role of program manager and venue volunteer coordinator. The error involved being a position title name only, not a position requirement. To gain financial independence and expand our organization, we have actually completed a casino application, and our application has been approved, and we're finalizing the details to get a casino date. So at this time, I respectfully ask that the $8,100 for wages for our executive director position would be considered, as PAWS is a single program offering one program, pet visitation services. If required, we can change the name back to program manager. And hopefully this oversight can be corrected, because we are the only sole provider of pet therapy services in the region, and losing this funding would really hurt the efforts of this program.
Thank you, Coralie. Do you have any questions of council? Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mayor, and through the chair. Thanks, Coralie, for the presentation. I appreciate that. I guess my question is going to be for administration on what we're talking about. Is it true that we did deny it based on the executive director position?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that's correct.
And so, can you state just the, I guess, the actual wording or the purpose of not doing the? I guess I'm just asking wrong. Just clarification on why we don't do the executive director.
Yeah, the executive director was deemed as administrative cost to this program, so that would be 15% maximum of that. So the program manager, as it was explained by the applicant, is the person that the positions have been melded together.
So do we automatic, I guess, is it an automatic assumption when an executive director name comes up on an application that is, we would only just, that name would just carry 50% of the cost automatically?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, it depends on what kind of programs being offered. Like, it's not a one brush fits all. So it depends. This was program specific. So it was in the review panel looked at it as this is one program. The executive director covers the whole organization,
Right.
therefore only eligible for 15%.
And just to kind of compare, and I guess we could be talking about two different types of grants here, and maybe that's why the difference. And the last one we were talking about with a sustaining grant, is that a whole different? Okay.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that's correct. It has different guidelines.
Okay, and so is Corley correct that if it was a program manager versus an executive director, that they would have got the funding as they would have in the last 2 years?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that's correct.
Okay. I know we're not at that point, but my recommendation will be to pull it back.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. So which is correct now or before? Was it correct before with the title under this and the work environment the same? That would have been approved? Or should it not have been approved had we known? Which is correct? Please.
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison. So the terminology is what the hang up is here. So I don't want to spend a lot of time debating the terminology. So at the end of the day, they changed how they are doing business, and it wasn't clear in the application. So they called it an executive director. Administration looked at it and said, okay, an executive director looks after the whole program. So here's what the recommendation is. And so now it's being presented to council that this is a program manager specific to this program. So if we had that information when the applications were coming in, it would have been recommended by administration.
Okay, so simply a mix-up on titles. Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Do you have any questions from council? Okay, council. So now, does any member wish to put a motion forward to change the recommended grant allocation under the community impact grant, community programs and projects? You can do that now, and we'll change that amount as well as adjust the final amount. Councillor Weigel.
Yeah, is that okay? The pause program? Yes. You are amazing. All right, I motion that $20,485 be allocated to the Pets and Wellness Society for pet therapy under the 2023 Community Impact Grant, Community Programs and Program Grant.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Ball?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Is any questions or debate? I'm not seeing any. Call for a vote. All in favor? Councillor McGrath? Are you on the line there, Councillor McGrath?
I am.
Councillor McGrath, we're just waiting on your vote. Did you hear the motion there?
Four.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Four.
Okay, that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And the next amendment? Do you want to, Councillor Cardinal?
Can I can I discuss this a little more? Or is it, was I mistaken that the request was 119? What was it?
It's on page,
Or is it 79? It's on 79 something?
page 27 page 27 of your process notes.
So hold on. I know I left mine in there. Yeah, that's the one, yeah. It's 118. So I just to clarify to the chair, to Deanne again, if you would recommend it, like you said, if it was right. So I just feel that that I would like to amend that and move on with the request for Chard Métis Community Association.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal. So we're just speaking about the community impact grant right now, community programs and projects. There's a second grant that's going to come up in new events that will refer to Chard. So it's really the 79,980 that we're speaking about.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah. Okay.
Did you want to make that motion, Councillor Cardinal?
Okay, I'd like to make that motion that. Hold on.
Jade will give you some wording on that then.
Okay.
So through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, the wording that I've drafted would be that 79,980 be allocated to Chard Métis Community Association for the Elder Companionship Program under the 2023 Community Impact Grant Community Programs and Projects.
What's that? Yeah, I don't remember it all, but that's what she said. Please and thank you.
Can I have someone second what she said? Councillor Bajoka?
Well, go ahead, Funky.
Okay. I second the motion that 79,980 be approved for Chard Métis Community Association.
Thank you, Councillor.
Seconding you.
Thank you, Councillor Bajoka. Are there any other questions or comments or debate from council? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And any opposed? Councillor McGrath?
4.
Thank you, sir. Moving on, is there any other motions for amendments anyone would like to make before we move on to the final amount? Because that'll change the amount in the final motion here for the community impact grant. Gianna, for clarification for everyone, for Mohammed Albdi for the Yemeni Canadian Association, can you give us a brief update on why their amount was 20,000 approved, not 80?
Through the chair to the chair. Yes, thank you for the clarification opportunity. So this is a new organization to us. We haven't funded them before. So the administrative review panel thought that start with a couple of events and then see how the reporting goes and we're moving into a new community investment policy. So the administrative review panel felt that it would be fair to fund this agency for $20,000, let them work with that in 2023 and see what 2024 brings.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While we're going through the same kind of question, can I get a little bit more clarification on why the Draper Community Spirit Association was denied? I know last year was because they weren't a society for a full year, but this year it just said it was due to duplication of RMWB's operations. And so I guess am I assuming that everything they've asked money for that we are automatically doing? Or is in the proposed budget to do, I guess would be the better wording.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel. You're correct. The requests that were in this request are community beautification, community cleanup, trail maintenance. These are things that Parks currently does. So it was deemed as a duplication of service that's already occurring.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair to Deanne. So relative to the one that you said they were a new agency, or a new request. And I'm just looking at one here. The first one in the list, and I'm not pronouncing that name, but the Indigenous Wellness Collective. I'm curious how that one qualifies as well. It's a full 80,000, and they're looking for 240,000 as an in-progress revenue. I assume that's where your 80 is based off of the fact that they're chasing 240, but there's no guarantee that that 240 is going to come. And they look like a new agency to me. I don't see any previous history.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball. So this organization has actually been operating for quite a few years. They've been receiving grants from the University of Alberta. So their reporting was very thorough, and they've had excellent results with that. So we did look into the past and to see what kinds of results and outcomes there were.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Any other questions from council? Not seeing any. Do we have an amended motion amount? Can I have someone make that motion? Councillor Weigel?
Thank you. I move that $2,396,814 of the Community Impact Grant, Community Programs and Projects stream be allocated as outlined in Attachment 1.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Have someone second that motion? Councillor Ball?
I second that motion.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or debate points from council? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Councillor McGrath?
For.
Thank you, sir. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break for everyone to stretch the legs. Moving on to item 9.1. 1 second. Moving on to item 9.1, the 2023 proposed community impact grant, community events stream allocation. I'd like to invite Dan Berge, Director of Community and Councillor Cardinal.
Yeah. Oh, shoot. Sorry, I got to recuse myself on this one. Thanks.
Thank you. Be careful. Okay, whenever you're ready, Deanne. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'm presenting the 2023 Community Impact Grant, Community Events. This grant provides funding to registered nonprofit organizations that meet community needs and contribute to achieving the goals identified in Council's Strategic Plan 2022 to 2025. 22 applications were received and 18 met the funding criteria in the Community Investment Program Policy FIN 220 and the Community Impact Grant Guidelines. The administrative recommendation is that $253,039 be allocated as outlined in Attachment 1, dated November 29th, 2022. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Dan. Do we have any delegates for this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We have one registered delegate.
I'd like to invite Boyd Rumbold, Huskies Booster Club, please. And just a reminder, Boyd, you have 5 minutes to present, and if you could state your name for the record, and just remain seated after for any questions.
Good afternoon. My name is Boyd Rumble. I am the president of the Huskies Booster Club. The Huskies Booster Club.
You want to move your mic over towards your Boyd there?
Sorry, I'm sorry. This doesn't work for me.
There you
Does
go.
that look better? Thank you. The Huskies Booster Club is a registered society that supports Canada College athletics and local youth sports programs through fundraising. It was founded 30 years ago in 1992. I am here today to discuss the grant application we submitted and the reason given by administration for it not being recommended for funding. I will be referring to several pages in the agenda package that contain our grant application, and I will provide page numbers. And I'd like to start by reviewing page 3861. That page is known as the stream analysis document, and it's produced by the administration. Firstly, I'd like to provide some additional information that's shown there, that's not shown there for the 2022 Community Impact Grant that we received from our CIP program. This grant was actually received initially in 2021 for 2 youth indoor sports events for all grade 5 students, and the events are known as Girl Power and Mega Boys. COVID protocols in place at the time prevented the school boards and their students from participating in the events, and the grant money had to be returned. Now on to our 2023 grant application. On this same page, page 3861, you'll see at the top of the page the reason for the grant application not being recommended for funding, a violation of the CIP policy for net access in excess of operating expenses. The recommendation was based on a review of the information shown, and this included the total expenses, which were taken from the financial statement provided, and these expenses were also provided in the grant application form as requested. The unrestricted net assets shown is an amount that was assumed by administration using information from the financial statement. This amount that was assumed is incorrect. There was no need to assume this amount. It should have been taken from the grant application form where it was provided by our team. If you now refer to the page 3863, which is the board questionnaire section of the grant application form, you will note there are 3 questions about expenses, unrestricted net assets? And basically, does your organization have unrestricted net assets greater than the last fiscal year's operating expense? To which we respond, no. After receiving notification that we were not recommended for funding, we discussed this issue with administration, and the response generally was that due to timing, they were not able to change their recommendation or change the information in the package for council. They recommended that I prepare this presentation to council, and they also stated that in hindsight, our grant application should have been recommended for funding. I now ask you to refer to the financial statement that we did provide from the Huskies Booster Club, which is on page 3885. Our position was that we produce one financial statement, we use it for our annual general meeting, we use it for board meetings, and we use it when we submit our package to maintain our status as a registered society. So we were concerned about changing our financial statement. The financial statement shows a large amount of money in the gaming account. These funds are restricted funds by their nature, as required by Alberta Gaming, Liquor, and Cannabis. If, for information, for us, we are restricted to the purchase of uniforms, equipment, and travel within Alberta for Huskies athletics teams. And lastly, I'd like to make some observations about the information provided to grant applicants as part of the program. If you can please refer to page 3215, which is the Community Impact Grant Guidelines for Eligibility. They state the following: the applicant must have less than 1 year's worth of operating expenses in their unrestricted net assets as reflected in the financial statements of the most recent fiscal period prior to application. Or the total unrestricted net assets held by the applicant is less than $50,000. Now, if you also refer to the definitions provided in the Guidelines for Eligibility on page 3222, there is a definition provided for unrestricted net assets. The definition reads, accumulated surplus that the board has not set aside for a particular purpose as reflected on the organization's financial statements and or board meeting minutes. So, in summary, I would suggest that the guidelines, the definitions, and the grant application form are not aligned with the program policy for unrestricted net assets. In closing, the Huskies Booster Club asserts that our financial position does not violate the Community Investment Program policy for unrestricted net assets in excess of annual operating expenses. We would ask Council to please consider approving of funds for these community events, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Boyd. Do we have any questions of Council? Councillor Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor. And through the chair to Deanne, I guess we heard the presenter make some comments regarding his unrestricted net assets and just the timing of the the application. I guess I'm just looking for clarification.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier. So at the time the application was received, the unrestricted net assets showing on their financial statements. So we always use the financial statements to get that financial information. And it was $109,952. So the request was not recommended by administration based on the policy in 3.1 that they hold unrestricted net assets that they could pay for their own program.
But since that, have they provided evidence of a change in that number, or is it because under applicant? I'm trying to find it. It says 84. I think it was 8,400 or something.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, that there was a document handed to me just before this came in, so I haven't had it reviewed by the team. It's a statement of financial position.
Okay, and just the last question. The applicant indicated that he didn't, I believe he said he didn't use, or they didn't use the 2022 approved funding?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, if they haven't used the funding, then we'll be asking for that back. So there's reporting that's required. So once that has been looked at, then we would ask for that funding back.
Okay, I guess through the chair to the presenter, I believe, Boyd, you had mentioned that the 20,000 was not used in the prior year?
Just press the mic button, Boyd.
my apologies, through the chair to Councillor Bussier. The grant application received in 2021 was for an event that was deferred due to COVID. The check was never cashed. We maintained contact with the grant team, asked and received an extension, and at some point just agreed. And at the time, the check had expired, and the agreement was, if you can do it, we'll write you another check. And we said, thank you, we'll see how things go. And we eventually decided we could not meet the extended deadline and therefore would not be asking for a check, and we just put it to bed. That is how there is no funding to return, because no funding was ever received. A check was provided, not cashed, because we were in the middle of COVID.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier. So the funding was provided because it was approved by council. So therefore, we went through the CIP process, provided the funding. What happened on their end with the check not being cashed? The funding has been returned to us, and I don't have the details if it was because the check wasn't cashed, but we have an agreement that they didn't spend it. Therefore, it was returned to us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through the chair. So I noticed you have $93,415.23 in casino funding, which is restricted assets. So is that where the confusion is? Because up here you've got unrestricted net assets, and it would probably be the 16,000 because casino is restricted assets. And that's probably where.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, as I tried to explain in my presentation, and maybe it spoke too fast, the grant application is a long series of questions and a financial statement. The grant application, as required through the process, asks questions about expenses, about unrestricted net assets, and asks the question, is one bigger than the other? Those questions were answered. It was available information to the review team. The review team, unfortunately, has a practice, perhaps, to look at the financial statement. If they'd seen it and said, can you update the statement, we would have eventually done that. We realized afterwards, in seeing the wonderful information packages, that a lot of other groups, successful grant applicants, do not modify their financial statement for the sake of this process. They create a separate document that apparently makes people happy because their grants are approved. So, and part of our process and thought was that casino funds, everyone knows what they are. Everyone knows they're restricted. No one will ever assume anything. And by the way, it's already written down in the form. So for those reasons, we thought we had, and I should also mention, as I pointed out, we had a successful grant application. Do you want to guess how we did that paperwork? The same way, no questions asked. So what would make us think that we need to change our financial statement the second time we put a grant application in? In hindsight, it would make this all go away and be a lot easier, but that's where we are today.
Yeah, that's the error here, because casino funding is restricted, and it's listed in the unrestricted here, is it, Deanne? And that's where the error is.
Through the chair.
So it would bring the funding down to 16,000, which is in your general account, and that would be less than the 20,000.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, please don't forget that we were asked the question in the application that we were required to answer, and we gave information to administration. The question was, what are your unrestricted net assets? And the answer was some number like 8,500, which effectively was was only part of one bank account. So we were saying our general funds, half of that is restricted, and all our casino funds are restricted. That's the way. So it was clear. The number is written down in the application. We're required to fill it in. But the process to determine the violation of the policy doesn't look there. It looks in another part of the application.
Okay, I understand. So Deanne, in fact, the unrestricted net assets should be what total?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud. So the document that was provided to me today, dated November 29th, 2022, says their unrestricted net assets is $8,342.07.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of points. I want to, first and foremost, comment on the fact that we are looking at the complication of the CIP grant applications and everything else that's currently underway. And in defense of the administration, I know that I've sat here, this is only my second budget, but we've had other people that the confusion kind of goes on both sides, and I think admin does their best to try and sort through it all regardless. So just be aware that it is currently changing. So I don't know, I'd like to suggest that, I don't know whether this can happen, but that it be put aside or something to that effect until such time as administration can review the paperwork and make a determination.
On making a motion here, writing it up, because I can see where the error is. Yeah.
Through the chair to the chair. So the paperwork that we've received today is enough to say that, yes, their unrestricted assets is $8,342.
Councillor Stroud?
Go ahead with it. Okay. I move that $20,000 be allocated to Huskies Booster Club for the 2023 ACA Men's Volleyball Championship and 2023 ACA C Men's and Women's Future Championships from the Community Impact Grant Community Event Stream.
Thank you. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Weigel?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Any comments or questions or debate points from council? So just for clarification, I don't know why this is, Deanne, so just for clarification, when you look at any of the CIP grant applications, you go by the financials, not just by what people write down on the form. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the chair, that's correct. We always look at the financial statements.
Right, just to confirm the amounts that are on the form. And in this case, it was just a mix-up of what was casino funds and what was not.
Through the chair to the chair. They had unrestricted listed there, like it just wasn't clearly stated that it was restricted funding. So I don't want to say assumption because we actually look at the financial statements, but, and in the process of the application, it asks if your unrestricted net assets are greater than your expenses.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Do you have any other questions or comments or debate points from council? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Councilor McGrath?
4.
Thank you, sir. 4. That's carried unanimously. Thank you, Boyd. Okay, so that changes. So at this time, should any council member wish to put a motion forward to change a recommended grant allocation of the Community Impact Grant, Community Events Grant System, if they could make that motion now? Again, you'll see all the amounts on pages 30 and 31. So there's no other amendments. If someone can make the motion, Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that $273,039 of the Community Impact Grant Community Event Stream be allocated as outlined in Attachment 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Boussier?
I second that.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Do we have any comments, questions, or debate points? Not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Oh, sorry, Councilor Banjoko, you have a question?
So I see some of the organizations as not in good standing, struck out of the registry.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, that's correct. And
So
those were
the-
not recommended for funding.
Okay, but did they get that information so they know?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, everyone received these summary sheets on November 10th.
Thank you.
So we'll call for a vote again. All in favor? And opposed? Councilor McGrath? Councilor McGrath, you on the line there?
4?
Thank you. Moving on to item 10.1, the 2023 proposed community impact grant, new event stream allocation. I'd like to invite Deanne Berge to remain seated. Director of Community Protective Services to introduce the proposed grant application.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'm presenting the 2023 Community Impact Grant New Events Administrative Recommendations. This grant provides funding to registered nonprofit organizations that meet community needs and contributes to achieving the goals identified in Council's Strategic Plan 2022 to 2025. 8 applications were received and 5 met the funding criteria in the Community Investment Program Policy and the Community Impact Grant Guidelines. New events must be new and innovative to the region and not a duplication of an existing event. They must increase participation in the community, increase skill building, increase volunteerism, and increase cultural and economic development. The administrative recommendation is that $122,940 be allocated as outlined in Attachment 1, dated November 29th, 2022. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanne. Does any council have any questions for Deanne? I'm not seeing any. So do you have any delegates for this item? We'll ask, I think we're joined by Rolando. Still on there?
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, again, from the Rolando Nzunza with the Chard Métis Nation, the Director of Consultation. We're simply asking that Council reconsider the decision to approve the funding application for the Community Impact Grant new event stream for the Chard Métis Nation. This is an application that was totaling $39,839.25. Again, this request is based on, as informed by administration, having provided sufficient evidence after the application to meet their program requirements. And again, I apologize for my confusion earlier. I didn't appreciate that the two things were being dealt with separately. So thank you.
Thank you, Rolando. Do you have any questions for Rolando from council? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Rolando. So should any council member again wish to make a motion forward to change a recommended grant allocation under the community impact grant, new event grant streams? You can make that now. Councilor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I would like to recommend that we, well, actually, I make the motion then, right? Okay, sorry. I, Councilor Cardinal, make the motion that $39,839 be allocated to Chard Métis Community Association for Chard Métis Trade Show from the Community Impact Grant new events.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. Can I get someone to second the motion? Councilor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second that motion.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions or debate points from council?
I have a couple comments.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Stroud.
So I realize this is the first grant application received from Charred Métis. The application was received on time, and they did do their due diligence when they were informed of why their application was not recommended. So it is my understanding that the paperwork now received is sufficient for the funds to be recommended. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Are there any other comments, questions, or debate points from council? Not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? Councillor McGrath? Councillor McGrath? There you are.
Four.
Thank you.
4.
Before we finalize the number for the community impact grant for new event stream allocation, are there any other recommended changes? Motions that any council wants to put on the floor? Not seeing any. So if we get that new number, we can get that moved.
Ready? I move that $162,779 of the community impact grant, a new event stream, be allocated as outlined in attachment 1.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or debate points? Not seeing any, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Councillor McGrath?
4.
Thank you, sir. That's carried unanimously. Moving on to item 11.1, the 2023 proposed Games Legacy Grant. I'd like to invite Deanne Berge, Director of Community and Protective Service, to introduce the proposed grant allocation. Sorry, Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I have a conflict of interest, so I need to recuse myself.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'm presenting the final grant category of the day. The 2022, no. It's been a long day. 2023 Games Legacy Administrative Recommendations. The Games Legacy Grant aims to promote and encourage local talent, including participation in amateur sport, cultural activities, and the arts. There are 2 streams that may be applied for: travel and accommodations or developmental activities. 57 applications were received and 49 have been recommended for funding. This grant is offset by interest revenue earned on the Games Legacy Reserve, which is approximately $10,000 annually. This was established with surplus monies from the 1985 Alberta Summer Games, the 1992 and 2018 Alberta Winter Games, and the 2003 Alberta Senior Games, as well as the 2004 Arctic Winter Games. The recommended motion is that $95,016 in Games Legacy grants be allocated as outlined in Attachment 1. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanne. Do you have any questions from Council? Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. So, I'm familiar with where the money came from. You said the interest annually is usually about $10,000?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, that's correct. It lands in around 10,000.
So essentially, 10,000 of this is Games Legacy, and 85,000 would be taxpayers.
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, that's correct.
So it's not really a Games Legacy then for that part. Not sure if I want to make a motion to sever those or what I want to do with that, but I see them as completely different. One's a Games Legacy and the other is asking the taxpayers to contribute to whatever activity they put in here. I'll leave for any other questions and I'll see.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Deanne. I guess my only concern with this is if, like I guess Councillor Grandis had mentioned, what's in the fund? Like, what's the balance?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, I'm looking back at my colleague Lori because I don't want to start spilling from her area. So I'll let her come in and talk about that.
Okay.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, it's approximately $460,000 in a reserve.
And the 10,000 comes out of it each year, or 95's coming out this year?
It would be $10,000 approximately this year. It is based on the interest that the reserve earns, which fluctuates with the prime interest rate.
Right. So is there a minimum balance that has to be maintained in that account? Like, I guess what's going to be the ask of the taxpayer every year? Like, I mean, it's 85,000 this year approximately is coming from city coffers?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, that's correct. And it's certainly something that administration has been having conversations about, and we believe that revised policy is required.
Okay. Yeah, because, I mean, certainly I'll support it this year, but I think the parameters probably need to change awful quickly, because the way I read this, I think Councillor Ball and myself could go to nationals in men's slow pitch and qualify for this, and yet there is no qualification process. We just put our name in and go wherever we want. So, and I think if we continue to allow this, I mean, the shocking thing is there are a number of people who didn't even know this existed, and that it's basically free money for them to travel wherever they'd like to some competition that maybe you don't have to qualify for. It's just entry fee. So I guess hopefully we can, and maybe that's with Councillor Grandison's policy or change in the committee, that we look at changing the parameters here, because I think you're opening yourself up to a lot more than 95,000 every year. Like, what was the ask last year? I can't remember. I guess it's not important, Deanne. It's I mean, the numbers are significant every year, aren't they?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, what I will say, the history on this grant is that it used to just be the interest. And then the grant has grown and grown over the years. And I believe it was back in 2019 when it started getting bigger. And so I'll use the term cap. That's something that the new policy can look at, because as it sits right now, there isn't a cap. So if you apply for the grant and you meet the criteria, you're technically eligible.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to actually, Lance pretty much hit on everything, and I did a little bit of quick math, and I know about 3,000 ball players and 500 hockey players. You'd be up to $5 million in grants just to attend a tournament. So I think we do need to revise that policy and put a cap on it, or at least a qualification of some sort where you're qualifying for nationals or provincials or something like that.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd actually like to put forward a motion to take this back to the interest only and take it back to administration to determine the appropriate parties with $10,000. Which is what the intended purpose of a Games Legacy Grant is that it's to be used as a legacy grant. The interest never encroaching on the balance so that it's there forever. And based on the interest, that money is available for athletes to use, so on and so forth. I don't know where it went beyond that, but I'd like to put forward that motion.
Once we get to the motion, Councillor Grandison, I'll go to you for the motion.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to be sure and get clear clarification on how we arrived at this entire list. I see schools, I see clubs, and I see names of individuals. And I'm wondering if the level of publicity and awareness of the entire region, and especially I would like to get some education to be able to defend everyone on this list if we will go forward. So if you could just educate us as to who gets on this list, the fairness of the process, the openness of the process, and therefore if I'm asked a question, I'll be able to say I understand. This might be in the MGA, but I believe part of your role is to educate me if I don't know. So I would like some education.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko. So the Games Legacy Grants are part of our community investment program, which is advertised widely when the applications open. So we work with our communications and engagement team. We have radio ads, we have ads on our website, and we have rural ads. So this is communicated widely as far as whoever can. And then the guidelines and the policy determine who's eligible. So the guidelines are attached in your council package on here's who's eligible. And there are some that were not eligible. And so administration didn't recommend them for various reasons. But everyone that's on the list was deemed eligible according to the guidelines that are in place right now and the council policy.
Can you talk briefly about the guideline?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko.
Just a summary of what would qualify me, for instance, to be on that list. Or anyone else.
So through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, so the eligibility for the Games Legacy Grant offers two funding streams. Developmental activities, so this is the development of skills through training, programs, or activities in amateur sport, arts, or culture, and travel and accommodation. So this is to qualify to compete in provincial, national, or international level competitions, including the North American Indigenous Games. And then the Games Legacy Grant will not fund activities which are the mandate or responsibility of the federal or provincial governments, including but not limited to programs and facilities of healthcare, education, housing, and childcare, and political or religious activities.
Okay. So they don't have to be going to represent RMWB.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, they would be representing the RMWB just given it's a national competition, but they wouldn't necessarily be, they could be an individual or it could be a team.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Do you have any other questions or comments from council? Not seeing any. Councilor McGrath, do you have a question?
No, sir.
Thank you. We just have one delegate for this item, Chris Sundholm. If you could come up, Chris. And just a reminder, if you just state your name for the record.
Name is Chris Sundholm.
There we go.
Oh, thank you. Through the chair to all members of the council and to the Community Investment Program, the CIP. Just wanted to thank you guys for taking the time to review all those applications for myself and the other candidates. Probably a difficult choice on who gets them, but really do appreciate that time you guys do for us and the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Do you have any questions for Chris? Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mayor, and through the chair. Thanks, Chris. You're heavily involved in many sports, but particularly the ski club. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Mr. Wiggle. Yes, that's correct.
Awesome. And on average, how many hours a year do you think that you volunteer for that?
Through the chair to Mr. Wiggle. Usually about 240 a year.
240 a year of volunteer hours?
Yeah, over and above my coaching on every weekend, and then at the regional races down south and the provincial race series sometimes, and then also probably a lot more now with the Arctic Winter Games, being a delegate for technical there.
Yeah, and you've been doing this for how many years?
Through the chair to Mr. Wiggle. As an instructor, probably close to 29 years. Coaching, probably 25 years.
All at a volunteer basis?
Majority of the time, yeah.
I do want to thank you. I know that people have put countless hours into my kids for hockey and other sports, and it's invaluable. It takes a village to raise. And so you're applying for a grant so you can better yourself as a coach and as a trainer so you can teach kids to ski, to compete, and to go to a next level.
Through the chair to Mr. Wiggle. Yes, sir. And then also the levels you can't get here, so you have to go down south to achieve them and then apply them when you get here. And to be like a delegate, you have to have certain qualifications at the Arctic Winter Games or provincial standards. So to take any of my kids or any of my athletes down south, it's a requirement, so it does come in handy.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Any other questions from council? Councillor Bussier?
Yeah, through the chair to Deanne. I'm assuming the money is provided after they provide receipts, right?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier. Actually, this is the one grant that I believe the funds can be ahead of time, but let me just turn my head.
I hope not.
Or it can, no, my mistake. It can be like a year ago. So there's a timeline in that. Like if you might not know if you're going to make the nationals. So there is a timeline in there for Games Legacy. That is not normal for other grant applications. Tony's going to add to it.
Councillor Bussier. To Deanne's point, Games Legacy Grant is the only grant that can go retroactive beyond the funding year. So it can be for this year, it could be for 2022 events or 2023 events that they know that they qualify for. To your point about is the funds advanced up front? In some cases, it would be hardship for the athlete or the performer to go without the funds in advance. So we do advance in some cases, but in other cases, for example, if the event has already happened, we will wait for the receipts before we give the funding. So it's both, depends on the situation.
Yeah, through the chair, just play devil's advocate. You fund me to go to nationals and I never provide the receipts. Are we just out of luck?
I would note through the chair in the guidelines for the grant, it does say for grants over $1,000, it's 50% up front, 50% after notification.
Oh, okay, so the entire fund isn't provided up front. Okay.
Other than in those particularly special cases mentioned by staff where it may be advanced for someone because of particular circumstances.
Okay, then back to my question.
Generally,
If I don't go, I plead the hardship case. I just skip out and we don't go to nationals.
Through the
He
chair,
goes.
I can say from experience in the last 7 years that has
Never happened.
It's never happened if they don't go, because that COVID created a lot of that. They always give back the funding. They would run the risk of not being eligible in the future. So they heartily give back the funding, or they don't qualify in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Do we have any other questions for Chris? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Chris, and thank you for everything you do for the kids in the community. Thank you. Now, Councilor Grandison, do you have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could just, the motion would be that that we actually use the Games Legacy Grant and give it back to administration to figure out which applicants qualify for the $10,000 in interest, which is Games Legacy, versus sports participation learning grant, whatever else you would call the other $85,000. But the legacy part is the $10,000, which is what we're speaking to, in my mind, is Games Legacy. So that would be the motion, that admin would go back and examine the applicants and determine who is qualified under the $10,000 in interest that's earned from the Games Legacy money.
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, I hear what you're saying, and I know that administration, we'd need some guidance from you, because what we're giving you today is those that meet the criteria as it stands now. So there would have to, there would need to be a recommendation that was speaking to, here's an additional piece of criteria that we could use to screen these, because what's brought forward to you right now meets the criteria of the policy and the guidelines. Does that make sense?
I'm sure that, so never in previous years have we had more applicants than the interest? Or did we just always approve whatever met the criteria? Because I look back, 19 was 36,000, 20 was 57, 21 was 25, 22 was 25, and now we're up to 95. And as Councillor Ball and Bussier said, if we just keep going the way we're going, we could be quite a significant amount of money. And what's lost in this to me is that this Games Legacy. And if there was only 10,000, we'd have to find a criteria where only 10,000, up to a maximum of 10,000. So not quite sure how we channel that, but again, we're talking about an additional $85,000. Mr. Paul, you have a comment you want to make?
yeah, I think to the points made by Dan, it's evident that council has approved grants under the stream historically in excess of the legacy portion, if you define legacy as just the interest portion from the account. That has been the process. If council wants to cap it at that $10,000 figure, or whatever that figure may be, depending on the earnings of the year, I think we really require that direction. And then it's really for council to establish criteria that would be used to measure against that, because it's evident that we get many more applicants than that cap would allow. And in the end, as Dan points out, it would be staff bringing forward all of the potential recommended recipients for council to filter based on your criteria, if you haven't expressed a criteria that allows us to filter them at the staff level. This is the process that currently meets the guidelines as they're established, and it's really for council now to give direction on it. If council's not comfortable approving these, then it may be a better route for council not to approve any of these legacy grants this year and look at a new process. That would be a surprise to the community, given that this opportunity was made available, but certainly council could do that. Or give direction for us to, through the committee, to relook at the criteria for this grant program for next year and move forward based on what has been the pattern in the past for this year.
Fair enough, Mr. CEO and administration. My intent is not to add undue pressure and strain on our administration. Clearly, a precedence has been set before, so I'm kind of at a loss, but I think my feelings are certainly known, so I will withdraw my motion.
Okay, so okay. Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Walkman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, just looking at all, you know, the applications and that, and there's even groups. If we don't start supporting, you know, stuff like this for the kids, you know, for people trying to improve or trying to get, you know, stuff on the go for the kids, for the community, where will we be? You know, there's people out there that are trying to improve and trying to do things. And, you know, just going through this, and I see the Alberta Winter Games, and I see the Arctic Winter Games, sorry, and, you know, the kids that want to do this. I'd like to make this motion if there's no other councillors that have any other questions or debate on it. This is something strongly that we should support, due to the fact that if you look at it, these kids.
Sorry, Councillor Walkman, I think we're starting to get into debate before we have a motion on the floor. So if you want to let
if you want me
ask,
to, I can do the motion?
No, there's still some people have questions.
Okay.
So let's go to the questions. We'll get the motion on the floor, and then we can do debate afterwards.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just would like for us to go ahead and move forward.
Okay, let's go
No,
through.
I'm not moving the motion.
I know, but let's go. If you have a question for Deanne, we can go to questions. But if not, let's go debate after we have motion on the floor.
Okay. Okay, so it's not a question then.
Okay, so we'll wait for comments and debate after the motion's on the floor. So there's no motion on the floor right now.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ball.
Thank you, through the chair, to Deanne and I guess Al as well. I can totally appreciate what you're saying, Al, relative to the Games Legacy Grant, the $10,000. But you know, the precedence has been set. You know, I would support this year, but it would also suggest that your committee looks at this quite heavily in the coming year and define new guidelines relative to. Well, you're on it, so relative to whatever the new guidelines might be.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ball. Do you have any other questions for Deanne? Councillor Cardinal?
So I guess my question to the chair, to Deanne, is it $10,000 per request, or is it $10,000 for the whole shebang?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, it's the whole shebang.
That's not much, but of course, I'm just, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Do you have any questions for Deanne? Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, sir. I have to move a motion.
No, sorry, we're not at that point yet. We're still at questions, sir.
Okay.
I'll call for that. Does anyone have any questions for Deanne? Not seeing any. Thank you. Can I have someone put that motion on the floor? Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that $95,016 in Games Legacy grants be allocated as outlined in attachment number 1.
Thank you. Have someone second that motion? Councillor Walkman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second that motion.
Thank you. Now, comments or debate points? Councillor Cardinal.
Comments for administration. Well, I'd like to reiterate what Ken and Alan were saying, because after a while, when people actually, individual names were in here, and, you know, of course, that when, say, 1,000 people were to apply for these grants, and then it's, I'm just saying that eventually when it starts to get bigger and bigger, it's going to eventually draw more attention, of course. But like $10,000, I think that needs to be like with 466 and just a number saying, but $10,000, I don't think. Like, how are we going to determine who's going to, what, you know, is it going to be the first 100 or is it going to be the first 50? I don't know. I'm not sure.
That would be something that the CIP committee could look at in the future as they're redoing that committee with Councillor Grandison.
Okay, Alan.
Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I think you just said what I needed to say, which is the CIP committee, as we've commenced work and we see that we have a lot of work to do. So this will be something we will take on and look at together with Councillor Alan Grandison and the committee, and hopefully come back with something that works better for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Any other questions or debate points? Comments? Councillor Walkman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, as I was saying earlier, if we don't start supporting the community, you know, when it comes to something like, you know, the legacy, I think, you know, it won't only put the kids down, but, you know, the adults that are trying to even improve their ways of helping the kids or even helping themselves. I think this program and the way the administration had set it up for the applications, I think would work perfect. It looks like it's working okay. I'm asking council to support this and, you know, see where it goes as of next year when we have to renew the grant. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walkman. Any other questions or comments or debate points from council? I'm not seeing any. So again, I think it's a great program. I've had lots of children in the past to take advantage of this from my gym and other things, other sports I've been involved with. But I do see Councillor Grandison's point, and I think when we look at reviewing the CIP fund, how funding's allocated, and we look at that, I think that's something that can definitely be changed for next year. So I would support something like that going forward in the future. If there's no more questions or debate points, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? And Councillor McGrath?
For?
Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Whoa. Oh, we're done. Oh, sweet. That's it. We're done. Thank you, everyone, for participating in today's meeting. We're not really done. There's still a few more days. Just calm down. So reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Marcy Cho, Kinmus Compton. Thank you. I said 9.